Hey everyone, and welcome to a brand new video. With Christmas right around the corner, it seems appropriate to upload some Christmas stories, so that is what I have for you all today. For transparency's sake, I am currently in the process of moving, so I've had no time to really create videos or record or do much of anything besides moving. I have a generally older audience, so I'm sure you guys completely understand where I'm coming from. That's just to say that this is a compilation of Christmas stories I've already narrated, dating from 2018 to 2020. I know that there's a lot of new viewers to the channel, and also, even if you have heard these, it was years ago, so maybe they'll still be fresh in your mind. I am going to be doing my absolute best to upload another Christmas video before Christmas, containing Christmas stories from this year. You know, fresh stories that I haven't narrated yet. As soon as I get settled in, that's my top priority. Anyway, I hope you all enjoy the video. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. It helps so much. Subscribing if you're new is also very much appreciated, as I'm always doing my best to create the best content possible. And as always, I hope you're all staying warm. I hope you're staying safe. I hope you're all enjoying the holidays, and I hope you all have a great night. Good night, everybody. About a 10-minute drive from my parents' house was a Christmas tree farm, owned and operated by a very nice couple called the Jacksons. As you can probably guess, college was very expensive for me and my family. So I worked almost full-time during the long breaks from school when I was at home. We'd been buying trees from the Jacksons for about 15 years, so they were more than happy to hire me for the month. Their whole operation covered about 6 square acres. I know that sounds like a ton, but they really were the only place you could cut your own tree in town. Sure, you could always buy pre-cut ones outside the grocery store, but you'd be missing out on the charm and feeling of satisfaction of cutting down your own, wouldn't you? The Jacksons themselves didn't have heavy jobs. They more than paid their due by growing and taking care of the trees all year. Dan would sit outside the door to his shed with a thermos of hot coffee, handling transactions as the buyer stopped to exchange cash. There was only one road on the entire property. It started at the entrance gate, wound around the house, and left by the exit gate. Unless you wanted to drive through a few acres of trees, there was no way you were getting out without paying. Dan kept a notepad in his pocket to catch the license plates of the runners. Wendy spent the mornings making Christmas cookies in the kitchen of the house before joining Dan outside in his vigil by the shed, giving each customer a Santa or Rudolph or tree-shaped treat, sometimes still warm from the oven. The 2 other seasonal hires and I did the other work. I helped the customers load the trees into their vehicle if they had trouble. Dolan and Liam, 2 friends who'd been working for the Jacksons as long as I had, cut down trees for people who either forgot their saw or didn't bring one. It was, all in all, a very easy-going, comfortable job. I didn't even mind that I was working full-time during the holidays. The day of December 19th started out like any other. I pulled into the lot in my dad's car at 9:30. Business wouldn't start for another half hour or so, but I liked to talk with Dan and Wendy beforehand. The sky was cloudy and gray, threatening to send some sort of precipitation down on us. I personally hoped it was snow, but then again, I was always close to the house, and could run in for a bit whenever I got cold. I let myself in by the front door and walked into the kitchen. Wendy was just taking a bunch of cookies out of the oven. Dan was sitting at the counter, finishing off his breakfast. Last Christmas was blaring on the radio near the window. "Oh, good morning, Blake. I didn't hear you come in," Wendy said. "Sky looks pretty overcast today," I said as I leaned against the island. Dan nodded. "Weather report said it's going to start snowing in the afternoon. We might have 3 or 4 inches by tomorrow morning." We talked for a little while longer before we heard tires pull up outside. "That must be Dolan and Liam," Wendy said. Blake, would you go out there and tell them to put on their warmest coats? I'd hate for them to catch a cold. Nodding, I went outside and caught them just as they were leaving the car. What's up, man? Dolan asked as he took out his saw from the back seat. Weather report said it's gonna snow today. Wendy wants you guys to put on heavier jackets or something, I said. Liam came around the side and snorted. Oh please, around here, they always say it's gonna snow every year, and what do we get? Maybe flurries if we're lucky. I wouldn't worry about it. Dolan slid on his jacket. I don't know, man. Better safe than sorry. We heard the front door open and close as Dan stepped out, sliding on a pair of gloves. 4 more days of work, boys. Let's make this a good one. The time passed slowly, but I didn't mind. We got our first customers at 10:15, and by 11:30 the cars were really rolling in. I suppose if I thought about it, December 19th was a little late to be getting your tree, but who was I to judge? The 3 of us got free trees for our families, as well as the weekly paycheck. I took my lunch break around 2. I was sitting on the porch eating my turkey sandwich when the first snowflakes began falling. Wendy came out with her lunch and sat down beside me. Looks like it's going to be a white Christmas after all. I nodded. Yeah, I can't remember the last time we've had one like this. Hey, don't jump to conclusions. This stuff could melt away by tomorrow morning. So what? I'm an optimist. It turned out I was a little too much of an optimist. By 4 the ground had 3 inches of snow on it, and the drifts were only getting higher. Each time I saw Dolan and Liam head back out with another customer, it looked like they had another layer on. Dan had retreated inside the shed, and only came out when a customer came by. I didn't see Wendy out all day. Feeling the chill, I didn't blame her. The light was already rapidly disappearing by 4:30. At 4:45 I saw 3 shapes come out of the almost darkness, and join me on the porch. Dolan and Liam shivered beside me, while Dan whistled as he thumbled through the day's gains. Good job, boys. We sold 57 trees. Charged that for $30 each, and we got ourselves about $1,700. I'd say we're doing pretty well, don't you think? Liam nodded. Yeah, sure. Can we head out now? I want to get home before they decide to hold the Iditarod here. Oh, sure, you just... But Dan's sentence was cut off by headlights suddenly cutting through the snowy darkness. They shut off as we heard the car door slam. 2 figures came running towards the porch. Oh hell, what now? Liam groaned. Dolan punched him and told him to be quiet as they arrived. They took off their hoods and scarves, revealing a young couple. The woman stepped forward and began to speak, sounding very out of breath. Did we make it? You guys aren't closed, are you? Dan looked taken aback for a moment before responding. Why do you ask? The woman sighed and put her hands on her hips. We're visiting my parents tomorrow morning, and we won't be back until late Christmas Eve. This is the only day we can still get a tree. Can we buy one from you still? Dan looked a little taken aback before nodding. Hold on, let me go ask my wife. He disappeared inside the house, the door slamming shut behind him. The man smiled apologetically at us. We're really sorry about this. I know it's probably the end of your guys' shift, and you all want to go home, but we... The woman cut him short. Babe, it's okay. I think this place doesn't close till 5. The car clock said it was 4:47. She looked at us and smiled with the same regret as her husband. Sorry about this though, I know it's short notice. I stood up, putting my hand out. No trouble at all. I hope you guys can find a good tree in this weather. I think most of the good ones have been taken. The man sighed. Well, we'll just have to manage. The door opened again and Dan stepped out. Good news, you folks are gonna be our last customers of the day. We have over 6 acres of trees to choose from. I'm sure you'll find something you like. After all, we have the best Christmas trees in town. Dolan piped up from the bench. But please hurry up, we're freezing out here. The man laughed. Don't worry, we won't be long. Did you folks bring a saw? This place is cut your own, you know. No, we didn't. Don't worry, I'm sure one of these fine young men will be more than happy to accompany you on your search. Dolan and Liam both appear to be having a contest to see who could evade Dan's gaze more. Liam, get over here. Help these folks find the perfect tree. Liam groaned and stood up, taking his saw with him as he walked over. Sure, anything for you, Dan. The woman laughed as the three of them stepped off the porch and into the falling snow. We won't be long, 15-20 minutes at the most. Thank you. And with that, they were gone, swallowed up by the darkness between the trees. Could you boys wait here as well? They may want help loading that tree into their car, Dan asked. I nodded, but Dolan only groaned. I guess, I gotta. I'm sharing a ride with Liam anyway. The three of us headed into the house. We joined Wendy around the kitchen table and waited. Dolan and I browsed on our phones as the Jacksons drank coffee. Mariah Carey blasted All I Want for Christmas Is You in the background, but no one seemed to be in the seasonal mood at the moment. 10 minutes passed, then 20, then 30. By the time 5:30 rolled around, it was pitch black outside. Wendy got up and went out onto the porch. I followed and we stood there, looking out at the swirling snow. That couple and Liam should have been back by now, don't you think? She asked, turning to me with a look of concern. They said they'd be 15 minutes at most. It's been nearly 45. Maybe they're just taking a long time. After all, you guys have so many trees to choose from. Wendy opened the door and called inside. A moment later, Dan came out, followed by Dolan. They have been out there a while, haven't they? He rubbed his chin. Let's give them a few more minutes. We walked back inside. Wendy turned to us with a pleading expression. Can you boys go out and see if they're alright? I know it's long after closing, but I'm worried. I think something happened. We both nodded. She went inside and reappeared a few moments later with 2 flashlights. Just go look around for 10 or 20 minutes. If you can't find them by then, we'll call the police. We crossed the road and stepped into the trees. The snow swirled all around us, dancing in the beams of our flashlights. Though we were bundled up and had boots, the cold still permeated and chilled our bones. The drifts seemed impassable, even though they were only 1 or 2 feet tall at the most. Dolan's voice piped up over the wind as it whistled thinly among the branches. Those people picked a terrible time to get a tree. Then, as if in afterthought, he added, I hope they're okay. Liam too. I nodded my agreement, but I don't think he noticed. We had been searching for about 5 minutes before I realized that we didn't know the couple's names. I expressed this concern with Dolan, who just said, well, Liam's with them. We can just call his name and we'll find them too. A few more minutes passed and we weren't any closer than when we started. We got no response, no matter how loud we yelled. This is going nowhere. If we have any hope of finding them at all, we should split up. Dolan nodded. Okay, I'll head off in this direction. He pointed his flashlight down a long row. And you can go that way. He pointed in the opposite direction. I couldn't think of a better plan, so I agreed. We'll look for 15 minutes. If we can't find them, I'll call you and we'll head back to the house together. And with that, I was alone among the trees. For the next 10 minutes, I wandered through the snow, calling Liam's name and swatting branches out of my face. The trees were only about 6 or 7 feet tall, but they seemed to tower over me in the darkness. I still bumped into one occasionally, and let out a yelp of surprise. It was around then that the sheer hopelessness of the situation came to me. 6 acres is a lot of ground to be searching for just 2 people. This was insane. I knew Wendy was worried, but it was impossible for us to even begin to consider finding them at all. I hung my face in my hands, feeling the cool ice that was forming on them. I didn't want to give up yet. Liam was my friend and the couple had seemed like nice people. If there had been an accident, I wanted to help. But at the same time, on the last act of desperation, I charged forward a few feet in the snow, cupped my hands over my mouth, and yelled, Liam, as loud as I could. My voice echoed down the aisles of trees, dying away in the blowing snow and wind. That was the final straw. I turned around to start my hike back to the house, when a light suddenly winked on about 15 feet down the road to my right. I breathed a sigh of relief and began walking towards the brightness as it swung lazily, catching snowflakes as it went. Jesus, Liam, where did you guys go? I thought... I called out, picking up my pace as I got closer. Right when I was about 10 feet away, the light blinked off, leaving me in darkness again. I cursed under my breath and brought out my flashlight, turning it on and pointing it in the direction that I had seen the beam. Did your batteries go out? Come on, let's go back to the house. I reached the spot where the light had come from and turned, expecting to see Liam and the couple, perhaps one of them with some sort of explanation as to what was taking them so long. Instead, I saw nothing but an undisturbed pile of snow. I balked, taking a few steps back and shining my light around the two trees. There wasn't as much as a footprint to be seen. Liam? I called out again, but received no reply, much like I had failed to receive the first time. I realized something then. The lights hadn't looked like it belonged to a flashlight. It was too centralized, casting just a circle of light instead of a beam, almost as if it was a torch of some kind. A movement somewhere in the darkness to my left suddenly caught my attention. I barely had time to turn and look as a dark figure slipped between two trees, rustling them slightly and causing the snow on the branches to fall onto the drifts below. Liam? I called, although quieter this time. I walked a few steps forward to the gaps in the trees, keeping my light trained forward. It was about 20 feet or so in front of me. Unlike the previous time, I received a sudden and unexpected response. A deep growl seemed to come from all directions around me, despite the fact whoever was ahead of me was clearly just that. I stopped dead in my tracks as I noticed something. The figure in the tree moved, but not at my level. I saw a head rise up just from below the treetop, no discernible features present in the darkness. It was still rising higher than the trees around it when I turned and fled in the opposite direction. I didn't care anymore. I just wanted to get back to the house so Wendy could call the police to find Liam and the couple, and we could all have a good laugh about it. I ran forward as far as I could, and cut left in the direction I thought everything was. I looked back for just a moment to see if anything was following me. With a loud crash, I ran directly into the trunk of a tree that I had failed to notice coming up in the darkness ahead. Stars swam in my vision, and I stumbled, tripping over a root and falling into the snow. I laid there for a few moments, dazed. Groaning, I rolled over to the light, and came face to face with a bloody visage peering out at me from a large drift. I screamed, scrambling to my feet and throwing snow around as I dug for my flashlight. Finding it, I flicked it back on and pointed the beam. Though she was barely recognizable from the blood that covered her face, I realized it was the body of the young woman half buried beneath one of the trees. Her blue eyes were wide open, terror and fear in them. I dug up a small portion of the powder that covered her, and nearly cried out. Her throat had been ripped out, the blood already starting to freeze under the chill. Her left arm was half gone, ripped and missing below the elbow. I didn't want to see the rest of her. I put my hand over my mouth to keep myself from vomiting. This was... oh my god, this was really happening. I needed to get back to the house and call the police. Who could have done this? I tried to catch the lights from the house shining over the treetops, but I didn't see anything. The snow was driving too hard for me to figure out what direction I was going. I'd just have to trust my instinct. I hastily recovered the body in the snow and tried to memorize where it was. As I headed off, I made a mental note to say a prayer for the woman whose name I didn't even know. Even though I had walked only about a half a mile into the property, it felt like 5 or 6. The snow seemed to get higher and more impassable with every step I took, as though I was getting closer to the house. I began to notice that some of the clouds were sweeping across the sky, disappearing over the woods behind the fence that marked where the Jackson's tree ended, and the forest began. The stars began to come out one by one, appearing from behind the clouds like diamonds. And then, all at once, the moon came out from behind a large gray blanket, as full and bright as I had ever seen it. The silvery lights it casted illuminated the snow below me, causing it to almost sparkle in the air night. I suddenly became aware of a low, visceral sound coming from somewhere ahead of me. Panicking, I frantically dug in my pockets for anything that could be considered a weapon. The best I could come up with was a flashlight I already held in my hand, so I held it above my head and began to move forward again. The sound became more defined as I approached it. It was a low, gurgling moan. Just as I stepped between two trees and into an open row, I saw the source of it. Dolan was stumbling along the path, grasping his hands to his stomach. Blood welled between his lips and dripped down his face. Judging by the trail he was leaving, he had come from the right. "Dolan!" I yelled, racing forward and putting my hands on his shoulders. "Oh my God, man. What the hell happened to you?" He looked up at me and attempted to speak, but only managed to cough out a thick, red sludge that dripped onto the snow at our feet. "We need to get you out of here," I cried, putting my arm around him and dragging him quickly in the direction I had been heading. He groaned and pawed a hand at the air, as if wanting me to see something. I turned just as we were about to head back into the trees. I recognized the icy stream that ran along the northeastern section of the farm. The shards of ice shone moonlight, carrying a bare thickle of water as it flowed towards the pond near the easternmost point. There, near the bank, I saw something. A massive creature was hunched near the slope that led down into the bank, occasionally dipping its head down. I saw bits and droplets of something fly from its muzzle every time it lifted it up to the night sky to snap something down. Yellow eyes burned deeply in the sockets, and I saw a clawed hand swipe down every now and again and tear off another chunk of whatever it was feeding on. With a loud rip, a portion of the thing's meal came off. It eagerly bit and snapped into it before suddenly throwing it over its shoulder, sailing through the air before coming to a messy landing about 10 feet away from us. I recognized the bloody pulp of the young man's head immediately. Dolan groaned again and stumbled against a nearby tree before coming to a rest at its base. "Man, you can't sit down. We have to," I began to say, but was cut short when he lifted his hand again, pointing at something just past the stream. Looking up, I almost couldn't believe what I was seeing. A procession of 8 or 9 people were walking along the fence just beyond, one after the other. All of them seemed to be dressed in dark robes and holding torches, illuminating the way as they walked. They passed right by the feasting creature as if it wasn't there at all, before disappearing behind a line of trees. I didn't even have time to process what was happening before the chewing and slurping noises ceased. The thing suddenly turned its head to the left, and I got my first good look at it. A massive wolf's head sat atop a hairy, vaguely man-shaped form. Long claws at least a foot in length, speared from all 2 human fingers. Its fangs glinted in the wintry moonlight, slobber and blood dripping from its gaping maw. I didn't think it would ever stop, as it rose its full height. From where I was, it had to be at least 9 feet tall. It lifted its snout to the sky and let out a long, ear-splitting howl before snapping back down and facing towards us. Dolan gave a strangled cry, and I almost did the same. The thing howled before it got to its hands, and started loping towards us at a speed that didn't seem scientifically possible. I jumped up, heaved Dolan to his feet, and began stumbling through the snow in the opposite direction. We heard drifts of snow being plowed as the creature ambled through them, snarls growing louder as it approached. We just reached the next row as the wolf tore through the trees behind us, reducing them to splinters. Dolan screamed, and I was jerked to the side as the claws speared through his leg. With a mighty heave, the wolf threw him far to the left. I instantly heard him crashing down through the rows as I myself was suddenly swatted to the side. The world rolled around me. Trees and branches and the night sky, jetting past my vision before I hit something with a loud crack. My vision swam and I sank to the snowy ground, warm blood starting to run down my forehead. The last thing I saw before I sunk into the darkness was the wolf crashing through the trees ahead. "Blake!" I groaned, my vision blurring. Someone was shaking my shoulder. I limply swatted at the hand and slumped back down, but they came around my shoulders and shook me harder. "Blake, listen to me. There's something out there." My eyes finally cleared and I looked up to see Liam shaking me as hard as he could. Sweat rolled down his brow and he looked terrified. There was a large rip in his coat, and I saw an icy slush of blood and melted snow covering his right arm. "Liam?" I mumbled, getting to my feet. "What's going?" It all suddenly came rushing back to me. "Have you seen it too?" I asked, stumbling back a few steps. Liam nodded gravely. "Yeah, that couple and I had been walking for like 5 minutes when it came and attacked us. I tried to cut it with my saw, but it tossed me aside and went after them. When I woke up again, they were gone. I've been going around trying to find you guys." I reiterated what had happened with me and Dolan. Liam groaned. "We're screwed." We began walking north, being as quiet as possible. The moon overhead was still bright, lighting the way as we went. We tried to slip through the trees that didn't have much snow on them. Whenever it fell off the branches and landed in the drifts, we winced and braced ourselves for that thing to come out at any moment. After what seemed like hours, I caught sight of bright lights peeking through the branches. The trees started thinning out and the ground became more even. "It's the house!" Liam cried, running forward. "We need to call the police. We need to get an ambulance." He was babbling now, not bothering to be quiet anymore. "Oh my God, I want to get out of here." I tried shushing him as we stepped through the final row of trees and onto the road that separated them and the house. "Dan," Liam called faintly as we walked up the porch. "Windy?" The first thing we noticed was that the front door was missing. It lay smashed in the front hall, twisted out of shape and spread over a sea of broken glass. "Oh no," I moaned. We stepped through the threshold and into the house. "Have yourself a merry little Christmas," was floating faintly through the archway. We stopped just short of it and peeked inside. A large pool of blood had seeped from the direction of the dining room and stained the hardwood floor. The kitchen looked like a tornado had gone through it. Utensils and broken glass littered the floor and counters. The oven doors had been smashed, and the island had several large cracks in it. I saw a blood-stained hand peeking out from behind it. Beyond that, just out of our line of sight, I saw Dan's baseball hat, matted and soaked with blood. Liam gave a strangled cry and turned, clattering through the front hall and out into the yard. Clutching my hand to my mouth, I did the same, although much quieter. He was leaning against his car, breathing heavily, tears and sweat pouring down his face. I tried to take control of the situation. "Let's get out of here. We can take my car. You can call the police on your phone and send them over. They'll take care of." But the rest of my sentence was cut off by a low growl. I looked over Liam's shoulder. Rising up from the opposite side of the car, fangs bared in a snarl, was the wolf. Blood matted its fur and dripped from its muzzle, pattering onto the snow like raindrops. Something glinted in its mouth, and I noticed Wendy's wedding ring was hooked on one of the teeth. "Liam," I started to say, but it was too late. With a loud roar, the thing dove over the car and stabbed him with its claws. He gave a strangled cry and went down like a sack of bricks. It jumped on top of him and began to feast immediately. I fled in the opposite direction, heading towards my car. I frantically dug in my pockets for the keys and took them out. I had just put my hand on the handle when a thought crossed over my mind. Dolan. I looked back towards the trees. He couldn't be more than an acre or so inside the farm. I had to try and go get him. I had already seen 5 people die. I couldn't let another one. Making sure the wolf was still occupied, I darted into the trees, running as fast as I could. The branches swatted me as I passed, heading in the direction I thought the 2 of us had been. I tried to rationalize the situation. Dolan can't be too injured, I thought. Once I find him, we'll find a spot to lie low. We'll wait till morning and sneak our way to the cars. Everything will be alright. Even in my head, it sounded impossible. But I had to try. A few minutes later, I'd almost resigned myself to the fact that I'd never be able to find him in time, before I broke out into a large path between the trees and I saw it. I was only about 15 feet away from the large, frozen pond that the stream fed into. Dolan was slumped by the bank. It didn't look like he was moving. I resisted the urge to call out his name and raced forward, skidding to a halt and kneeling in front of him. Dolan, come on, wake up. We've got to get out of here. He stirred softly and began to sit up. Blake, what was that thing? It's... The tree line behind us exploded in a shower of wood fragments and branches. I barely had time to turn around when the wolf's claws dug into me again, tossing and sending me flying forward. I sailed through the air and landed with a hard bang on the frozen surface of the pond. Stars danced in front of my eyes, and I turned to see the wolf rising over Dolan, claws raised in the air, ready to deliver a killing slash. He moaned feebly and was trying to crawl away. I looked around at the shreds of ice and snow that lay beside me. An idea suddenly clicked in my head. I snatched up one of the shards of ice. Winding my hand back as far as it could go, I flung it in the wolf's direction. It struck it squarely in the snout and it faltered, claws lowering for a moment. I lobbed more snow and ice at the thing, yelling "hey" as loud as I could. The wolf turned in my direction and snarled. I dropped the shard of ice I had been holding and stood there, waiting. With a loud roar, the thing sprang up and dove through the air towards me, arcing above my head with its claws raised up for a killing blow. At the last moment, I dove to the right and skidded across the ice, heading for the other side of the pond. The wolf landed and cracked the frozen water with a loud sound that echoed through the trees like shattering glass. It broke through and fell into the freezing water with a tremendous splash. I made it to the other side and collapsed in the snow. I heard the thing howl again and saw its large claws batting at the sides of slick ice, but it was too slippery. Its struggles grew weaker, and a few minutes later, it disappeared below the surface without a sound. I got to my feet again and began making my way towards Dolan, but before I could reach him, a sudden movement caught my attention. As I watched, the cloaked figures we had seen earlier began emerging from the trees, now missing their torches. Each had something silver around their necks that hung down and glinted in the moonlight. The hoods were pulled down too far in front of their faces to make out any details. They came to a rest at the opposite side of the pond and stood there, watching us. Then, just as quickly as they had come, they began rapidly walking towards Dolan. "What are you doing?" I cried, not quite sure what was going on. I watched as they reached him, took him up in their arms, and began walking back towards the tree line. I ran forward, shouting. Catching them just as they started disappearing, I heard Dolan cry out weakly and saw him fidget in their arms. I reached out and grabbed one of the cloaked figures by the shoulder. With sudden speed, a knife flashed in their hand and plunged into my arm. I screamed and backed up, tripping and falling against the ground. There was sudden, sharp burst of pain as my head collided with a rock. Moments before, I blacked out. I saw the last of the figures slip out of sight. I awoke in the back of an ambulance a few hours later. Apparently someone had heard a commotion on the farm and called the cops. They had found me on the edge of the pond, alone. In the hospital, the police tried to question me about the events of the night. I knew telling them what had really happened would result in institutionalization, so I made up a story about being knocked out when I went to help the customers find their trees. "That makes you the only survivor, boy," one of them said. "You're pretty lucky. 6 fatalities and you were fortunate enough to live." I blinked in confusion. "What do you mean 6? They told me they had found the body of a man beneath the ice in the pond. It appeared he had fallen through and frozen to death. They showed me his picture. I had no idea who he was. When I asked about Dolan, they said they hadn't recovered his body anywhere on the farm. They also searched the forest behind the farm. They found some sort of strange ritual site in a clearing, with a stone table and frayed ropes at the four corners. There were deep scratches in the rock, as if something had been tied to it and desperately wanted to be let free. It also appeared that it had been vacated very recently, perhaps even just following the massacre. All attempts to figure out what any of it meant went nowhere. I missed the holidays with my family. I was still in the hospital. They brought me Christmas dinner and presents, but I really wasn't in the festive mood. Luckily, I was able to get out just in time to head back to college. The incident became sort of a legend in my town. The Jacksons had been upstanding members of the community, and everyone mourned their deaths. The unknown couple, it turned out that they were from a town or so over, and Liam received their own candlelight vigils as well. I returned home the next Christmas to my town thrown into chaos. Numerous pets and animals had been found slaughtered in the night, scattered across the fields and lawns. A local boy had gone missing a few weeks prior. He had yet to be found. One night, I got up to get a drink of water. As I passed the kitchen window, movement near the tree line caught my attention. I looked up. A hooded figure just stood inside the canopy, snow and ice crusting its billowing robes. I finally recognized the thing around its neck. It was an intricate silver carving of a wolf. And there, in the trees just beyond, I could barely make out a pair of glowing yellow eyes. Though they were wild and had a deep rage in them, I recognized who they belonged to immediately. The glass fell from my hands and shattered against the kitchen floor. I watched through the falling snow as the two sunk back into the shadows, swallowed up by the darkness of the trees. Now I know what you might be thinking. This story already sounds like a kid's overactive imagination during a season that relies on the magic of imagination. I don't mean to oversell it either. This wasn't some decades-long haunting where it terrorized us every Christmas. This was a single incident, but one that my brother and I would never forget. Let me give some backstory first to paint a better picture. My parents have always owned a Santa animatronic that we kept inside our house during the Christmas season. I assume my mom inherited him from my grandparents, as they sold the home we grew up in to my mother and father. He stood just under 6 feet tall and looked like a stereotypical Santa Claus. He was wide with rosy red cheeks and a reserved smile underneath a massive beard, reaching down to his belly. The traditional red and white attire was topped off with shiny black boots. To be honest, there was nothing particularly creepy about him to me. Even through the years, his color held well, and he wasn't like those dolls from the 1800s that I find absolutely terrifying, even today as an adult. I've included a picture of him in my parents' current home, so you know this isn't some oddity I just made up. Calling him an animatronic was generous, but I guess that's roughly what it was. He had a single, way too short power cord that you plugged into the wall. There was no switch. When you plugged it in, Kris Kringle began his jolly little movements immediately. He had a super limited range of motion. His legs were motionless, and instead he swiveled back and forth at the hips. His right arm would raise up as if waving in greeting as he turned, and then it would lower back down as he returned to his starting position. His left arm stayed as motionless as his legs, and wasn't even adjustable. There were no lights or sounds, other than the sound of the moving parts. Having him plugged in didn't make sense, more often than not, considering we had all seen what he could do, and the sounds of him moving were more annoying than anything else. He was mostly plugged in for about 30 seconds, for the sake of guests who thought his little wave was cute, before we unplugged him once more and he returned to a motionless, festive space taker. Over the years, even his minimal use began to wear on him. His waist would still rotate, but his waving arm would stutter as it struggled to raise. I remember that it sounded like a creaking door that just couldn't finish opening. Eventually it stopped working altogether, and we stopped plugging him in entirely. Well, that's not completely true. My brother and I did it a few times to get a laugh out of watching Santa doing the twist over the years. My father moved him closer to the window near the Christmas tree. It looked way better that way. Having Santa peeking out into the yard near our brightly decorated tree was an upgrade from him standing in a corner staring at us. Inevitably, his side-to-side rotation quit working as well, probably the result of being moved up and down the stairs for over 20 years, the basement being his home during the other 11 months of the year. Our incident took place well before his rotating days were over. My brother, Chase, was about 10 years old at the time. I was 12. I don't remember exactly when my parents started putting out Santa, but as far back as I could recall celebrating Christmas, he was always there. Personally, at this point, the Santa animatronic barely caught the corner of my eye during December. He stood out at the beginning of the month, sure, but like all the other decorations, my brain just became used to him being there. It didn't come so easy for my brother. In later years, we'd both come to laugh at his meager side-to-side twist, but the years where his arm started to fail were much less entertaining to my brother. Kids are afraid of a lot of things, so who could blame him for being spooked by a stuttering animatronic twice his size? His fear wasn't limited to Santa's jagged movement either. If you walked down the hall and forgot that Santa had been put out on display, his presence would catch you off guard and cause quite a scare. It happened to all of us, save our father. But it seemed to catch my brother unaware more often than the rest of us. That year, Chase decided he had quite enough of the already dated Saint Nick, and let my parents know about it. It was still November, but now that Thanksgiving was over, there wasn't even a week before it was time for Christmas decorations. Can we just keep him in the basement this year? He doesn't even work anymore, protested my brother as I walked into the kitchen for breakfast. Chase, we bring him out every year. He's almost as much of a tradition in this house as the real Santa, my mother replied. She was busy packing our lunches while she argued with a clearly cranky little brother. My father was in the other room ironing his shirt for work, never really getting involved in morning chatter. But he's old. Why can't we just get normal decorations? None of my friends have a giant creepy Santa staring out the window. He whined with all the energy only a 10-year-old could have at 7:30 in the morning. Doesn't that make us unique then? My mom mused. You could hear her beginning to relent. Packing lunch and getting her kids ready for school before heading off to her own full-time job was tough, on only half a cup of coffee. No, it makes us weird. And that was the end of that. It was easier for my mom to give in than to stand there and argue about Christmas decorations with her 10-year-old son. Plus, it meant one less decoration they had to lug up from the basement. I had to admit, I was impressed, as Chase had come up with a handful of reasons to keep the fat man stored away, without ever admitting he was actually scared of our aging Santa. I think I was just so used to having Santa around that I didn't notice. But I guess I could see how someone might find him creepy. Thus, the old animatronic stayed downstairs when it came time to fill the house to the brim with decorations. It was weird to see the living room without Santa peeking out the window, but much like when he had been there, I stopped noticing after a few days. A week later, our cousins Ben and Ty came over to stay the night. While most of our time was spent huddling around the N64 playing Mario Kart or GoldenEye, we like to mix it up by playing hide and seek in the basement with the lights off. It's not as freaky as it sounds. We had a large basement, and thanks to a few windows along with the light of the moon, you could see pretty well once your eyes adjusted to the darkness. Once you walked down the stairs, On your right was an unfinished room filled with a freezer, fridge, and a mountain of boxes and plastic crates, filled to the brim with decorations and knickknacks for other seasons. It led to another smaller room that was filled with nothing more than our father's outdated workout equipment, surrounded by foundation concrete and drywall. On the left side of the staircase was a large furnished room that served as me and my brother's hangout room. It led to my father's workshop and our basement garage. Connecting the weight room to the workshop was a long, thin corridor that my parents kept cluttered with all sorts of rarely needed miscellaneous items. All in all, the basement was pretty well set up as a hide-and-seek arena. I was the oldest of all the cousins, which of course naturally meant that I was never it to begin the game. I wish I could say that I didn't swing my weight and age around a lot as a kid, but I'd be lying. Ty, being the youngest, inevitably inherited that unfortunate title, and the rest of us scattered throughout the basement. I quickly made my way back into the corridor, hoping to slip back into my dad's workshop, into a spot I had scouted out earlier. The corridor itself was actually a miserable hiding spot. There was so much junk that whoever was it would naturally bump into anyone dumb enough to try and hide there. Still, it made for a good shortcut, and I figured it would keep Ben or Chase from seeing where my perfect hiding spot was located. About halfway down the corridor, I came to an awful realization. Something was blocking the rest of the path. My eyes had not adjusted to the darkness yet, so I reached out to see if it was something I could just push past. My hands found a large surface of fake hair, and I realized exactly what was blocking my way. My parents had left Santa Claus stuffed into the corridor thanks to my brother's persistent complaining. He wasn't heavy per se, but I didn't have the room to move him out of the way into the narrow hall. Before I could head back the way I came, I heard a voice call out from the top of the stairs. "Ready or not, here I come," yelled Ty, his feet stomping on the wooden stairs as he made his descent into the basement. Out of time. I tried to stand up as straight as possible, and flatten myself against the wall next to storage claws. It wasn't a great plan, but it was the best I had at the moment. As I waited for Ty to hopefully find Ben or my brother first, my eyes finally adjusted to the darkness. Slowly looking over to Santa, I could see that he was facing me. His lifeless eyes were narrowed from the molded smile placed on his face. He had probably just swiveled after I ran into him, but it felt as if he had turned to stare at me. I stood motionless, hoping that he would stay as still as he did when standing in our living room. I held my breath, feeling the pounding of my heart beating harder and faster. "Got you," screamed Ty as he grabbed my arm. I screamed too. It was not my proudest moment. It didn't help that it took a solid 5 minutes for Ty to stop his laughing fit, set off by my reaction. Afterwards, I sat on the couch in the main room while he hunted down Chase and Ben. When they were finally found, all three laughed themselves to tears as Ty did his best impression of my scream. Not only was it embarrassing, but the rules we played by dictated that the first person who was found was it for the next round. Being the oldest, I felt my wounded pride take the place of my fear, as I counted aloud at the top of the staircase. I resolved that I would find them all so rapidly that my hide-and-seek dominance would erase the squeak of screams that I had shrieked out. Counting to 50, I bounded down the stairs, and immediately headed back into Santa's corridor. It was common for people to hide precisely where the first person had been caught in the round prior, so I was betting on some double reverse psychology. I grinned as I spotted Santa, my eyes still adjusted to the darkness. His body was turned away from me this time, meaning that one of them had obviously squeezed by in hopes that I couldn't follow, turning Santa's hips in the process. As I approached him, I grabbed him in an attempt to maneuver him out of the way, so I could slip by. His body immediately swayed back to face me, and what I saw horrified me so much that nothing but panicked air escaped my throat. Pinned between his wide body and his left, immovable arm, was my brother, His eyes bulged in a panic as they found my own, and I could see the cord wrapped tightly around his neck. Santa nearly leaned against walls when plugged in, since the power cord was so short, but it was long enough to wrap around the neck of a 10-year-old boy. I was frozen in shock as my mind tried to process the scene in front of me, and I only broke from my spell when Chase's one free arm reached out towards me for help. I instantly lunged to save him, but an arm shot up and caught me square in the jaw and sent me flying backwards. Dazed, I looked up to see the raised arm of Santa, the same arm that could no longer even move properly when plugged in. The rest of his frame slowly creaked away from me again, his swiveling frame carrying my brother out of sight. I had no idea what was happening. My legs were shaking and the rest of my body soon joined them in a tremble. What the hell was this thing? I was so frightened. But then I thought about Chase, being strangled on the other side of whatever this terror was. I thought about his bulging eyes, his face turning a deep purple that I could see even in the darkness. No, I bellow, and vaulted up and into the animatronic with all of my weight. All three of us came crashing down onto the concrete floor, bringing down a cavalcade of other loosely stored items in a resounding crash. I immediately pushed up off the now motionless claws and grabbed for my brother. Finding his legs, I pulled with all of my might, and to my relief, I yanked him free from the arm that had pinned him. The power cord was no longer wrapped around his neck, but as he coughed and wailed, I could see the strangulating marks very clearly. Pulling him to his feet, we ran towards the staircase, where we were met by our parents who had heard the loud crash, and hurried to see what had happened. Our cousins quickly emerged from their hiding spots as our mother freaked out over my brother's injuries, and our father shouted about our reckless behavior. My parents listened to neither my brother's nor my own frightened rendition of the events that had transpired. They assumed my brother had simply gotten tangled in the cord while trying to hide, getting stuck when his smaller frame was wedged between St. Nick's arm. The resulting fear, panic, and pain were responsible for his story that he had been grabbed by the machine. My attempts to validate his story, even though I didn't see anything, were dismissed as attempts to avoid punishment. 2 weeks of grounding put a pin in that, and the truth was stuck with Chase and I forever. My father eventually brought Santa upstairs to see if he had taken any significant damage. Surprisingly, the archaic contraption had not broken or bent despite the force of my tackle, and the unforgiving concrete floor. His only blemish was from some dust he picked up from his fall. My father cleaned him up, and was going to take him back down into the basement when, surprisingly, my brother protested. "Can we put him in the living room, not the basement, please?" he pleaded. He had wailed for hours after the incident, and fresh tears threatened the corner of his eyes. With his bandaged neck, he made quite the sad sight. Our father relented, probably out of pity, and returned Santa to his spot looking out the window near our brightly lit tree. He was brought out every year after that, without so much as a peep from my brother. I'm nearing 30 now, and my parents still have him up every Christmas. That was the only incident we ever suffered at the hands of our old animatronic. It only took my brother a few years to seemingly get over it. Most of our Christmases during high school involved laughing at the side-to-side rotation while the Beatles' rendition of The Twist played in the background. It did, however, take 9 years before we spoke to each other about what happened with Santa in the corridor that night. My brother was a senior in high school at this point, and I was visiting from college. I smuggled some booze that I had bought with my fake, and we were hanging out in the same basement that we had spent most of our childhood in. We joked about the old TV we used to watch, and laughed at how busted the joysticks on our N64 controllers were, from skin-peeling Mario Kart games. We were pretty drunk when the topic finally switched to hide-and-seek and the Santa incident. "Mom and Dad never believed us," Chase stated. "Hell, some days I'm not even sure what all I remember." I don't think any adults would believe what we saw. I still remember how your face looked when it turned purple, I replied, wincing as the image replayed in my mind. You know, I never told you thank you for saving me, he admitted, shaking his head as if ashamed for never doing so. Well, you're welcome for me saving you from Santa Claus, I quipped, and our drunken laughter filled the echoing basement. After a few moments, Chase's face was serious again. There's something else I never told you. What is it? I inquired, not having realized my brother had held on to something else after all this time. When he grabbed me, he whispered something in my ear before he started strangling me. Chase confessed, his shoulders sinking as if he had just unloaded the heaviest of burdens. What? What the hell did he say? I managed to sputter out, my surprise outpacing my words. Chase looked at me and shook his head. It was a jumbled sentence, but I remember every single word. His voice was hollow, and each word came out like they were made up by grinding metal. My brother seemed to lose focus as he said this, as if remembering for the first time in years. I snapped my fingers a few times until his 1,000-yard stare refocused. Jesus Christ, Chase. What did that thing say? I insisted, having no idea how my brother held on to this for so long. He blinked at me a few times and finally spoke. He said to me, Santa, decoration, Santa upstairs. Santa still works. Plug Santa in. With that, Chase covered his eyes with his hand, trying to hold the tears that came with the memories. We didn't talk about it anymore that night, and to this day we'll only mention it briefly to assure each other we didn't imagine it all. I also use those moments to make sure Chase is doing okay, because he probably never sought out the therapy he should have. You might be wondering why the hell we won't take this thing out into the woods and just burn it to ashes. Well, there's a few reasons for that. First of all, I don't want to have to explain to my parents that their 29-year-old son burnt their Christmas decoration to a crisp, because it scared him once when he was 12. Second of all, it's been 17 years, and not a single other incident has occurred with the now motionless animatronic. Finally, I don't know what my brother actually heard that night, but if what Chase said is the truth, then all this Santa wanted was to be included alongside our other Christmas decorations during the holidays. I'll probably never know what the hell this thing really is, but I do know that one day my parents will pass it down to me. When that day comes, you can bet he'll be standing by the window in my living room for all the passing cars to see. If that spot in my home for 1 month a year is all I need to make sure I never see another purple, gasping face like my brother's, then I'll gladly give that gift every year as long as I live. 'Tis the season. Natalie wasn't my friend, not even close. Was she my bully? I don't know. Would you consider the person that stole your dolls and broke them your bully? How about the person that spread every nasty rumor about you, even if they knew it wasn't true? If you answered yes to one or both of those questions, then yeah, she most definitely was. We lived right next door to each other. We could even see each other's bedrooms through our windows in each of our rooms. I mostly tried to keep the curtains closed so I wouldn't have to deal with her more than I already had to. There were a few moments where I felt some sympathy for her, like how her parents never came to chorus concerts or never showed up to any of her extravagant birthday parties, and even missed her middle school graduation. But she would always lash out at others soon afterward. I guess that was her coping mechanism, in a sick way. I might have been one of her primary targets, but she was an apex predator. When you're rich, pretty, and act like you're at the top of a food chain, people will treat you as such. Anyone could be her prey. Still, she usually went after the most vulnerable. Monica, for example. Monica moved from Austria in 9th grade. She never shook her strong accent, and was probably never a social butterfly to begin with. It was extremely easy for Natalie to pick on her, and no one would stick up for her. Doing so would only make you her next target. That's why I didn't help Monica when I saw Natalie mocking her. I was walking home on the last day before Christmas break when I saw Natalie berating Monica for something or another. It didn't really matter with Natalie. She would find whatever could hurt you the most, and used it to its fullest potential. Monica was starting to cry. I knew I should have helped her, but I wasn't brave enough to face Natalie's wrath. "You better stop it," Monica yelled. Or what? Natalie had her there. Well, Natalie's parents were far from Mother or Father of the Year. They did get her everything she wanted, from her sparkling diamond earrings to the principal ignoring her bad behavior in return for generous donations. If it could be bought, they got it for her. Monica's brows knitted together as she tried to think. The Krampus. The Christmas? Natalie's demeanor changed from haughty to confused in a second. Krampus. It's a demon that eats bad kids on Christmas. You could tell Monica realized how ridiculous it sounded the more she explained it. Natalie began to laugh. Oh my god, are you serious? I'm so sorry. Please tell Devil Santa Claus not to eat me, she said sarcastically. It's true. My grandma told me he ate a kid in her hometown. Monica was still clinging to the naive hope she would win this fight. You're so pathetic, it's almost sad. Natalie's voice was bright despite her cruel words. Hey, I have an idea. Why don't you go back to Austria and be the Krampus's Christmas dinner? You could prove the Krampus is real and rid the world of a waste of space. Monica's face was red and tears were streaming down it. Natalie walked away, apparently proud she had reduced a girl to tears for no real reason. Monica just stared into nothing before sobbing. I couldn't take it anymore. I slowly walked over to her. Are you okay? I asked, even though the answer was obvious. Monica hugged me instead of answering. I was a bit put off at first, but she was like a little kid, desperate for comforts. I began to soothe her as best I could. I wished Natalie would just disappear. She choked out between sobs. As terrible as it sounds, I thought the same thing. Natalie made people afraid of her, and then harvested that fear to make herself more powerful. I know that sounds far too dramatic for high school drama, but when you're crushed again and again, that doesn't register. I just wanted Natalie to leave me alone forever. I finally got my wish on Christmas Eve. I had gotten home from a family Christmas party. It was late and I just wanted to flop on my bed, fall asleep and awake to gifts under our tree. But Natalie couldn't even let me have that, I guess. The light from Natalie's room was pouring into mine. I went up to my window and looked into her room. Natalie was laying on her bed and seemed to be texting on her phone. She looked up from it and saw me. I pointed to her lamp and then to my bed. I don't know if she understood what I was trying to signal, but she just flipped me off before returning to her phone. Merry Christmas to you too, I muttered. I decided to shut my curtains, hoping they would block out the lights. Before I closed them, I noticed something strange. Frost was creeping up Natalie's window. It was 60 degrees out, so frost was nearly impossible. And even if it was the right temperature, the frost was forming extremely fast. I stared at it in confusion. Natalie looked up from her phone. I don't think she noticed the frost at first, but I could see the confusion on her face soon enough. She went up to the window to examine it, I presume. She also started shivering. The frost was still climbing up her window at an alarming rate. Natalie tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge. I found it funny, to be honest. The almighty Queen Bee, losing a fight against a window. Then I noticed it. It looked like a shadow was slowly forming behind Natalie. It rose higher than her head, while she remained utterly oblivious. I could barely make out Natalie's figure while the shadow was even harder to see. I didn't realize the shadow was getting closer to Natalie until a shape covered Natalie's throat. Natalie's hand shot up and grabbed onto the shape. While I couldn't see her face anymore, I could clearly tell that she was struggling against the grip. It was of no use though. The shadow figure lifted her off the ground and away from the window. Natalie's legs kicked wildly as the figure lifted her even higher. I could now see the shadow's body. It appeared to have a large, human-shaped body from the neck down, but its head was weird. It was way too long. When the shadow turned, it almost looked like a Santa hat, since it seemed to slump at the end. It brought up what looked to be a bag. It roughly shoved Natalie inside the sack. It then closed it. I was too shocked to move for a second. I could only watch as the shadow threw the sack over its shoulder and turned its back toward the window. For a second, I thought it would leave or disappear. Then it turned its head back to the window and stared right at me. I yelped and closed the curtains as fast as I could. What the hell was that? I thought. Did I see Natalie get kidnapped? Was I dreaming? Did I hallucinate that? Before I could come up with an explanation, I felt intensely cold. I began to shiver. My breath looked like smoke in the air. I was baffled at first. Then I remembered how Natalie seemed to be before. Whatever that shadow thing was, appeared. With a sick feeling in my stomach, I opened the curtains a bit. My heart stopped. The shadow figure wasn't in Natalie's room, and frost was quickly covering my window. I ran from my window to the door. No matter how hard I pulled, the door wouldn't open. I looked back and saw shadows slowly building up in the middle of the room. I began pushing against the door like a trapped animal. "Are you frightened, child?" I froze instantly. The voice was deep, cold, and old-sounding. The words didn't sound like English, but I somehow understood them. I frantically tried in vain to open the door. I didn't want to look, but my head seemed to move without my consent. The first thing I noticed about the creature was how tall he was. His head almost touched the ceiling. To my horror, I realized the creature's strange head shape came from the fact he had horns. They were long and bent back at the ends. His face was the shape of a human's, but with a goat's nose and yellow, cat-like eyes. I could see fangs peeking out from behind his leathery lips. The creature took a step, with a loud clack. I looked at his leg and saw they were covered in thick fur. His feet were hooves. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. The creature wagged his finger at me. "Good children do not scream, and do not cry. But you're not a good child, are you?" What? I was surprised I could speak, considering my voice was gone before. "Who are you?" The creature's lips peeled back to reveal rows of sharp teeth. "I am the Krampus, the punisher of ungrateful and cruel children." "I'm not bad." The words rushed out of my mouth. I still barely understood what was happening, but there was a deep, primal fear building within me. Krampus chuckled loudly. "Oh, really? So you have protected others, even if you had to put yourself at risk. You never wished ill of other humans, even if they had done you harm?" My blood ran cold. "How did you—" "I see your waking hours. I see your dreams. I see your thoughts. I see you everywhere, and you can never hide from me, no matter how hard you try. Please don't hurt me," I begged. I sunk to my knees. "I'll be better, I promise." "That's what they all say. Few ever keep their promises. Besides, that's not what I want from you." "It's not?" The Krampus gave me a morbid parody of a grandfatherly smile. "Fear is such a powerful thing. The fear made you hate that girl, but also caused you to let her do as she wished. You let her torment poor Monica, and Monica, in her own fear, told cruel Natalie about me. And just a tiny bit of Natalie feared me, and that is what let me come. He took a lock of my hair and pulled on it. I winced from the pain. Fear of consequences is what keeps people good. When they ignore normal consequences, I become the consequences. And you will tell people of me. Sure. I was about to have a full-blown panic attack. I would have said anything to get the creature to leave me alone. The Krampus Test. I wish I could believe you. But I think you'll need a reminder to keep your promise. So I will give you a gift. The Krampus reached into his large bag. There were shapes that poked through like they were trying to get out. As he opened it, hands reached out. I realized what those shapes were. The legs and arms of children trapped within. The Krampus pulled out Natalie. He was holding her by her face, his huge hand covering her mouth. Natalie desperately tried to get out of his grip, but Krampus was just too strong. Her eyes darted wildly around the room until they landed on me. We locked eyes. For the first and only time, we were able to truly empathize with each other. The Krampus used his free hand to grab onto one of Natalie's diamond earrings. Natalie, realizing what was about to happen, began to struggle even harder. I could only shut my eyes as hard as I could. I didn't hear Natalie scream or cry, but did hear a sickening and wet rip, quickly followed by another. I think I blacked out for a second because I can't recall much of what happened after that, until I heard the Krampus say, "Open your eyes." Too scared to defy him, I did as I was told. Natalie was gone. Krampus had the sack almost casually slung around his shoulder. For a blissful moment, I thought my fear-addled mind had simply imagined seeing Natalie. Then I looked down. A pair of sparkly diamond earrings laid at my feet. Blood was splattered at the ends, and a small piece of flesh was attached to each of them. I felt bile quickly move up my throat. I had to cover my mouth with my hand to prevent myself from vomiting. I swallowed the bile, my mouth tasting of bile acid. The corners of Krampus's mouth quirked upwards. Whether it was from seeing me get his message, or just sick enjoyment from my terror, I don't know. Do you understand now? I nodded my head again and again. Yeah, I'll tell everyone. Tears of fear ran down my face. Just please leave me alone. The Krampus nodded his head calmly. Remember this last thing. Be good even when you think no one else is watching, because I am. He gave me a large, ravenous grin, and my Christmas feast could always be bigger. With that, he disappeared into the shadows. I'm sorry for telling you this. I wanted to pretend this never happened, but Natalie disappeared that Christmas. Billy, Amanda, Linda, all were known as naughty children, and they got whisked away on Christmas. Only I know by who. Still, I wasn't going to post this. Through some investigating, I learned they all knew about the rumors of Krampus. I realized why the creature wanted to spread his legend. Last week, Natalie's earrings showed up in my room. Even though I threw them out the Christmas Natalie became his victim, there was still dried blood on them. He's still watching me, and now he's watching you. Please forgive me, and pray you've been good, because the Krampus is coming soon, and he's ready for his Christmas feast. The town of Christian Springs was big enough to justify having its own cold storage, but far too small to make proper use of it. On average, I would end up seeing about 5 bodies a month, most of them overdoses from the smaller towns nearby. My work at the morgue was quick and impersonal. No one that I could recognize ever ended up on my table, and the toxicology reports always came back with a clear-cut cause of death, usually something in the realm of opioids. What I saw in that fluorescent lit room always stayed where it belonged. My work life and my family life were always two separate entities. That all changed during the Christmas season of 2003. 2 local bodies were brought in, within 24 hours of each other. Neither of them were like anything I had ever seen. The first body once belonged to Chelsea Steeler, a local first grader. After school let out for winter break, Steeler walked off the premises only to return a couple minutes later. Bleeding from her mouth, Steeler stumbled through the school's playground, begging for help, and then collapsed. She was pronounced dead as soon as emergency services arrived. The second body I recognized? Christine Morgan. Morgan was someone that most people in the Christian Springs community would recognize. She was the crazy religious lady. As the name of the town might imply, we had our fair share of Bible thumpers in town, but Morgan's breed of spirituality was considerably more aggressive than anything you could find being peddled by the televangelists the locals watched. Both of the cinemas in Christian Springs banned the women from their premises on account of her interrupting screenings of even the most milquetoast of movies, with her raving sermons. When the local museum set up a dinosaur exhibit, Morgan was banned from there too. To her, dinosaur bones were the work of Satan, created to lead true believers astray. It was Christine Morgan's daughter, 7-year-old Grace Morgan, who discovered the body. When I first heard this bit of information, I found myself pitying the child. My ruminations about Grace Morgan's well-being were soon whisked away by what I discovered during the autopsies. Both of the bodies exhibited internal damage the likes of which I had never seen or read about before. Their stomach lining was shredded to bits. Chunks of their livers were found inside of their esophagus. Every internal organ that was still intact showed signs of extreme scarring. It was as if something had torn them up from the inside. The cause of death was a complete mystery. Aside from a shared geographical location, the two women had nothing in common, yet the severity of their injuries was almost identical. It was as if someone had planted bombs inside of them and sent tiny bits of shrapnel flying through their organs, yet there was no shrapnel to be found. There was no clear trace of the instrument that had killed these women. On closer observation, however, I found something else that connected the two bodies. In the confounding mess of viscera, I found something that made their cause of death seem quaint by comparison. Even though they were bloodied and covered in loose chunks of flesh and membrane, I immediately knew what I was holding in my hands. I was holding 2 tiny gingerbread men. They were small, both fitting into the palm of my glove, but they still inspired fear. Unlike the big-eyed, smiling gingerbread men that were sold in the local bakeries, the creations I held in my hand had tiny slits for eyes, and their mouths were stretched into long, harrowed screams that descended well into their torsos. The baked goods I held in my hand were the product of a disturbed mind. I called just about everyone I went to school with. From the few colleagues that picked up, I couldn't find anyone who was willing to drive over and take a look at my findings. Everyone was either too far away, busy dealing with their personal aspects of the holiday season, or was swamped with the suicide spike that Christmas brings. Even past their business, no one believed me. When I described the 2 foreign objects I found lodged in the bodies, a couple of my old classmates even inquired whether I was sober. Not being able to find any explanation, through my informal channels I called my boss on the county level. His annoyance with my phone call was crystal clear. The town of Christian Springs was not on his radar, and, in his opinion, mysteries that weren't directly connected to criminal investigations were better left unexplored. After a long back and forth, he agreed to drive down and investigate the gingerbread men as soon as his schedule cleared up. He suggested that I shouldn't go into details on my report if I didn't want to undergo a psychological evaluation. I filled out the report as best as I could, but the cause of death still ended up as unknown. After a couple more phone calls to old colleagues who didn't pick up the first time around, I gave up. The mystery of the gingerbread men would have to wait until after the holidays. I placed the cookie creatures face down in a glass jar, put on my coat, drove back home. My wife didn't like me talking about work at home. In fact, she didn't like me talking about work at all. Whenever the question of what I did for a living came up at dinner parties, she'd quickly say I worked with the police, or call me a doctor, and then quickly change the topic. When I came home that evening, I didn't mention anything about the gingerbread men, but all night long those slitted eyes haunted me. I dreamed of my son walking into our bedroom in the middle of the night, clutching his stomach. I dreamed of my wife getting up to comfort him, but soon kneeling over in pain as well. I dreamed of my family lying on those metal slabs, of me cutting their chests open, finding nothing but pink mush where their organs should be. When I woke up that morning, I was overjoyed to find my wife sleeping next to me, unharmed by the baked monstrosities that tore through my sleep. But the joy didn't last long. My family might have been alive, but those two gingerbread men were still real. They were still waiting for me in the examination room. During breakfast, my son excitedly told me about his last day of school. I knew he went on a field trip to the museum. I signed the permission slip for it after all, but all my son could talk about was the gingerbread men his class made in the morning. I kept on trying to ask him what his favorite dinosaur exhibit was, but all my son could talk about was his newfound interest in baking. The house phone rang. My wife picked it up. Whatever was being said on the other line made her visibly uncomfortable, but when she came back to the table, she simply resumed eating. It wasn't until my son went outside to play with his friends that she told me that the school called. One of my son's classmates suddenly died. The teachers were calling the parents to let them know. "Chelsea Steeler?" I asked. She immediately noticed the beginning of a conversation she didn't want to have. "Let's not tell him until after Christmas. Let him be a kid for a little longer." I didn't argue. I didn't share the details of what I found inside of Steeler's body. Instead, I told my wife that there was some last-minute paperwork I had to take care of in the examination room before I fully clocked out for the holidays. It wasn't entirely a lie. I did spend some time going through the autopsy report, making sure it didn't sound completely mad, but it wasn't the reason I drove back to work that day. My real reasons were lying face down in a glass jar. Yet when I took the jar out, the gingerbread men weren't lying down. They were pressed up against the glass, facing the outside world. There was no doubt in my mind that the creatures had shifted, that they had somehow stood up in my absence and were looking out into the world with their slitted eyes. For a moment I stood there, confounded by the blood-covered baked goods staring back at me. Yet the longer I stood in the empty examination room, the more I thought about my family. Beyond the corpses, beyond the ripped-up muscle and flesh, I had a family. Back home, my wife and son were waiting for me. I closed the cupboard that held the gingerbread men, shut off the lights, and drove back home. It was difficult to keep the malformed creatures out of my head on the drive back, but as soon as I got past my front door, the mysteries of my professional life dissipated beneath the sheer pleasure of spending time with my family. After lunch, the three of us went outside to build a snowman. 2 big eyes of Christmas ornaments, a thick carrot nose, and a wide grin of coal. The creature that my son had constructed wiped away any memory of the harrowing gingerbread men in the examination room. Once the snowman in our front yard had been completed and the sun had set, the three of us settled down on the couch and watched a Christmas movie. I scarcely paid attention to what was on the television. Whatever was on the screen was irrelevant, just a bright backdrop to a calm evening spent with those that I loved. It wasn't until my wife and I were falling asleep that I thought about my work again. Just as she drifted off to sleep, she mentioned that we would have to talk with our son about bullying, while I was off finishing my paperwork. My son told my wife about one of his classmates tormenting the daughter of the weird religious lady. Apparently the bully had taken the girl's gingerbread man and ate it in front of the whole class, embarrassing the poor kid. "Christine Morgan's daughter?" I asked. "Probably," my wife said, yawning. "Was the bully Chelsea Steeler?" I asked. "I don't know. He didn't use names," she said, yawning again. "But we should talk to him about standing up for the weaker kids." For a moment, I thought about breaking the unspoken rules of my marriage and telling my wife about the 2 corpses in the examination room, but that moment dragged on for too long. By the time I started to whisper my worries, she was already asleep. My mind was still desperately trying to make connections between the 2 bodies and their gruesome deaths, but I forced my eyes shut and tried to get some rest. I hoped that some sleep would help me forget about the gingerbread men. It didn't. I woke up drenched in sweat with my heart racing. In my dreams, I saw my family sitting in the kitchen making gingerbread men. My wife and son seemed so happy, so full of life, so innocent. Yet the cookies that they made shared none of their joy. Slitted eyes and maws of crimson stared back at me from the kitchen table. slitted eyes that blinked and maws that chomped. Before I could warn them, before I could save my family, the gingerbread men leapt into action. Soon enough, my wife and son were gone, and all that remained of them was blood and mangled skin. Seeing the kitchen clean and free of death brought a tiny bit of calmness to my mind. But I knew that what I truly needed was sleep. With a generous helping of sleeping pills and a nightcap, I returned back to bed. At first, the thoughts of Morgan and Steeler tugged at my mind, but soon enough I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. I woke up to an empty bed that morning. For a moment, past the chemically induced grogginess of my slumber, I found myself worrying about my family being kidnapped by a group of possessed gingerbread men. Walking down to the kitchen and finding my wife and son safe and sound calmed me somewhat, but the calmness didn't last. They were baking gingerbread men. Their creations were unlike the ones I had seen in my dreams. The cookie men they made were cheery and happy and full of pep, but that didn't matter to me. All I could think about were those slitted eyes and screaming maws. All I could think about were the two gingerbread men standing in my office, waiting. They invited me to join in on the baking, but I busied myself with beer and television. I hoped that alcohol and channel hopping would distract me, yet all I could think about were the bodies. Regardless of how much I drank or how loud the Christmas music blaring from the television was, all I could think about was Morgan, Steeler, and the cookie men that were lodged in their broken corpses. My mind kept on trying to find some semblance of reason in a bewildering world. "Daddy, I made you something." My son's voice cut through my frenzied internal monologue. In his hands he held a little gingerbread man with a bushy mustache and glasses. The facial hair was made of green frosting, and the glasses were far too big for the man's face. But I could tell that the gingerbread man was meant to be a representation of me. "Do you go to school with Grace, Morgan?" I asked him. He seemed confused by the question, but eventually he nodded. "Did Grace ever talk about her mother? Did they get along?" I asked him. "Gracie's mom was mean," my son said. When the class went to the museum, Gracie's mom was standing outside yelling at us. "But did Grace ever talk about her mother? Do you think Grace would ever want to hurt her? Would Grace ever want to hurt Chelsea Steeler?" "Well, Gracie's mom didn't let her come to the museum with us, and Chelsea was always mean to Gracie," my son said, unsure of my questions. "Do you like this gingerbread man I made you?" I didn't. Even though the cookie held an innocent smile and was made by the most important person in my life, I could barely look at it. Yet as uncomfortable as I was, the pride in my son's eyes was undeniable. I accepted his cookie. I knew full well that the effigy in my hands was a product of love, but all I could imagine was the little gingerbread man tearing through my insides. "Are you going to eat it, Dad?" he asked. "I promise it's not bad. Mom helped me." I almost told him that I wasn't hungry, or that I would eat the cookie later, but the pride in my son's eyes was undeniable. The pride in my son's eyes was more important than the fear in the pit of my stomach. In one swift motion, I decapitated the gingerbread man with my teeth. Once I was sure his head was crushed enough to not do me any harm, I downed the chunks of gingerbread with a gulp of beer. "Tasty," I said, but I wasn't able to mask my discomfort. That evening, as my wife and I wrapped up the Christmas presents, she asked me if I was alright. Both her and my son had noticed that something was bothering me. That evening she was willing to talk about my problems, be they work-related or not. Yet by then my fear of the gingerbread men had grown to such an intensity that it could not be put into words. I told her that work was a bit more stressful than usual this year, but that I would be fine eventually. She asked me if I wanted to talk about it. I didn't. I couldn't. She tried to get me to open up a couple more times, but eventually, with the lights off and the presents packed beneath the tree, I was left alone with my thoughts. My thoughts were singular. I shouldn't have been driving that night. I had drank enough throughout the day for it to be a bad idea, and to make things worse, there was a powerful blizzard that swept through the town that Christmas Eve. Yet I knew that unless I got some closure, I wouldn't be able to sleep. I drove through the curtain of snow until I could see the faint lights of the Christian Springs morgue. The absurdity of it all was a steady drumbeat in the back of my head. But it wasn't until I was standing in the darkness of my office that I consciously acknowledged how insane my trip was. There was nothing to be achieved from closer examination. Morgan and Steeler were dead. There was nothing I could do to bring them back. I almost convinced myself to turn around and go back home. Almost. Just as I was about to turn around and walk away, I heard something. I heard the faintest of taps coming from the cupboard in which I had kept the gingerbread men. Tap, tap, tap. Like little claws knocking on glass. Tap, tap, tap. Like little gingerbread men trying to make their way out. Tap, tap, tap. With my heart in my throat, I opened the cupboard. Stuck in their glass prison, the two gingerbread men stood there, staring straight at me. They were no longer standing in the spread-out pose in which I first found them. Each of them had one of their blood-caked limbs extended, as if they were about to knock on the glass again. I stared at them, waiting for them to move again, waiting for something to happen that would convince me that I had not gone insane. In the dim light of my office, I thought that I could see their eyes twitch. I thought I could see the slightest bit of stifled movement in their mouths. But before I could steady myself to properly look, my phone rang. It was my wife. She woke up in the middle of the night to find her husband missing, to find the car missing. She asked 2 questions. She asked whether I was safe and whether I was having an affair. The implication that I would even be capable of being unfaithful hurt me. But as I assured her that I would never break our marriage vows, I realized how far I had let my mind drift. I closed the cupboard, slid down to the floor of the examination room, and told her everything. I told her about Steeler and Morgan's unfathomable internal damage. I told her about the gingerbread men. I told her about how scared I was. She listened patiently, and with each word that left my lips, with each part of my insane story that I described, I found myself less and less scared. The cause of death was still a mystery, but the pure act of explaining the gingerbread theory made it seem inconceivable. The murderous gingerbread men were not real. What was real was my worried wife, who was waiting for me at home. Once I was all talked out, she asked me to come home. I did. As I shut off the lights and left the examination room, however, the tiniest bit of doubt slithered into my mind. Tap, tap, tap. I ignored it and drove back home. The steadily rotating cast of extended family members that came through our house kept me occupied for the next couple of days. All worries of murderous gingerbread men disappeared beneath the fear that my mother-in-law inspired in me. But that fear wasn't something that haunted my dreams. That fear was manageable. When my wife and I had decided to tell our son about Chelsea Steeler, he didn't seem overly concerned. Apparently his friends had already told him. Just about everyone from his class knew as soon as the playground rumor mill got going. He just never brought it up because he knew that Mommy didn't like talking about death in the house. The kids seemed pretty comfortable about the concept of mortality, but what can one expect from a child whose father works with the police? The day before New Year's, I got called back into work. Another overdose from a town nearby. The ghastly gingerbread men had left my mind completely by then. I simply consigned them to be a part of some minor mental breakdown. Yet when I entered the examination room, the thoughts of those slitted eyes came flooding back. The cupboard was opened, and there was broken glass on the floor. The gingerbread men had escaped. I spent most of January sleepless. I kept on thinking that somehow those 2 strange creatures made of gingerbread would come and track me down, that they would hurt my family and me because I was aware of their existence. But they didn't. Life carried on as normal. My boss agreed that Morgan and Steeler's injuries were difficult to explain, but he also insisted that they were not important enough to investigate. After the first day of classes, my son informed me that Grace Morgan left town to go live with her grandparents and that no one was particularly sad with the school bully disappearing off campus. Once it became clear that no murderous baked goods were coming after me and my family, the thoughts of those slit-eyed creatures drifted away into the realm of pointless mystery. I still don't understand what I saw the Christmas of 2003, but I've resigned myself to the fact that I will never understand. Sometimes, however, when I find myself sitting in a bar after a medical examiner, conference, and colleagues start sharing stories of the bizarre and unexplained, I tell my tale of the gingerbread men. Sometimes, when the booze is flowing freely and people's tongues loosen, they tell me that I am not the only coroner who has found baked goods inside of a mangled corpse. I've seen her again. The girl in the snowstorm. I didn't know that I was in danger the first time I saw her. On the contrary, it was an experience that I kept thinking about all winter. It was over a decade ago, and I was visiting a friend that morning to drop off a Christmas present for him. It was a few miles from home, but I enjoyed the walk, despite it being an even colder winter than usual. My mother had warned me to return home soon, as the local news were predicting a blizzard that evening. So I kept my visit brief, and started home that afternoon. By the time I'd made it halfway, the wind was brutally cold, and the snow was falling so heavily that I could barely see where I was. It was too late to turn back and bunker down at my friend's place, so I had to keep walking home. I wore glasses back then, switched to contacts a few years back, and had to take them off. It was bad enough to see everything as white blurs, but it was impossible to see anything through wet, snow-covered lenses. Walking through a blizzard without being able to see is a helpless feeling. You can only hope that you're heading the right way, fighting the wind not just to stay upright, but to make sure that you don't lose your sense of direction. You can't see the nearby buildings very well, and you're constantly on the lookout for familiar sights that can tell you where you're at. I followed the sidewalk as best I could, occasionally stepping off the curb or onto someone's lawn. It was in this blurry haze of wind and snow that I first saw the girl. The first thing I noticed was the red scarf, blowing madly in the wind. She was walking in the opposite direction, and at first, it looked like she was on the other side of the streets. The closer she got, the more I questioned what direction I was looking in. Was she crossing the streets? Or was I not walking on the sidewalk anymore? I could barely tell where I was. I took a moment to make sure I was still on the sidewalk, and by the time I confirmed where I was, the girl was only a few yards away. I could see her more clearly. She was wearing a mismatched assortment of winter clothes, and a lot of layers, even 2 hats. Her puffy blue jacket was oversized and unzipped, and underneath I could see that she was wearing another heavy coat. She didn't look intimidating at all. On the contrary, she looked vulnerable. She was short and notably thin, almost unhealthily so. I was almost 10 at the time, so I imagined that she couldn't have been older than that. The way she was bundled up in so many layers of clothes made her look uncomfortable, and gave her an uneven, lumpy shape. I assumed at the time that she was poor, maybe even homeless. Instead of walking past each other, we simply stopped in front of one another. Something compelled me to stare down at her, and she looked up at me with a sort of vague expectation. Her hats and scarf covered most of her face, leaving only her eyes and part of her cheeks visible. Her eyes were big and dark, like black holes against her pale skin and the surrounding snow. I lost myself in her stare, like I was falling into her eyes. It was like I was in some sort of trance, pulled to her without realizing it. She took her earmuffs off, but didn't speak. "Hi," I said weakly, not knowing what to say. She looked me up and down, and something about that made me shiver, even in the cold. It was like she was taking stock of me, of what I had to offer. Before I could ask what she wanted, the girl held her hands up. They were pale, shaking, bare. The girl didn't have any gloves. Something about the way she looked at me so impatiently made me look down at my own gloved hands. I didn't have a particularly good set of gloves, but they were the only pair I had. I looked at her again, and something about her big, dark eyes made me want to give them to her. I took my gloves off and held them out for her to take. I almost regretted it, but then her freezing hand touched my bare skin as she took them, and they were so cold that I knew I was doing the right thing. She put the gloves on, looked up, and smiled. The scarf was still covering most of her face, but I could see it in how her cheeks raised up, and in the sparkle of her eyes. As she started to walk past me, I realized that the blizzard was easing up. I put my glasses on, turned around, and looked at the girl. She had stopped walking and was staring down at the gloves, admiring them. "Merry Christmas," I mumbled to myself, and she looked back at me, almost as if she could hear me over the wind. I waved, realized my hands were cold, and shoved them into my jacket pockets. She nodded and turned around, continuing her walk to wherever she was going, but not in any sort of hurry. I was only a block away from my house, so my hands weren't cold for very long. When I walked inside, my mother immediately noticed that they were missing. For some reason, I didn't tell her the truth, despite how chivalrous it would have made me sound. I lied, suggesting that I must have forgotten them at my friend's house, and went up to my room. Something about the girl made me want to keep our interaction private, like it was something special. I sat down on my bed and mulled over what I'd just experienced. I didn't have a crush on the girl, but something about the way she stared at me was so compelling, like I was defenseless against it. I wanted to see her again. I looked out from my bedroom window, somehow expecting to see the girl, and she was there, on the other side of the streets. It was like she'd been waiting for me. I opened my window, blasted by cold air, and waved at her. She waved back, then started walking away. I watched her walk out of view, wondering who she was, where she had come from, and if she was ever there at all. Something about her felt unreal, like I'd vividly imagined her. I'd hoped to see her again that winter, but never did. Whenever I went outside, shoving my hands into my pockets, I wondered if she still had the gloves. Whenever I got home, I checked my window to see if she was standing on the other side of the street again, waiting for me. I daydreamed about running into her during one of my walks, which just so happened to become much more frequent, but I never saw her. Not as a child, anyway. That year was memorably cold. Blizzards moved in and out. Roads were all slick with ice, and inches of snow fell every day. We always had some snow, but that year was bad. The winters have been pretty heavy so far, but not on that level. We've had a lot of snow and ice, but no blizzards, yet. It's the perfect kind of winter for long walks in the snow. Last week I was enjoying the season and going on a long walk. It was snowing lightly, and the sky was a solid white of clouds. It was a very peaceful walk at first, but then I saw something in the distance, on the other side of the street. It was a girl, short and bundled up in layers of winter clothing. Most of the clothes were different, but the red scarf brought me back to that meeting a decade before. It was her. I'd been obsessed with this girl as a child, reminded of her every winter for years. It was like opening a time capsule of memories, buried in the back of my mind since I was in middle school. But at the same time, it was more than memories. She was standing right across the street, in mostly different clothes. But the girl was the same size, the same height, like she hadn't aged a day. I was lost in that impossible thought, wondering if she was just really short and petite, when I realized that she was crossing the street and heading in my direction. Does she recognize me? I wondered. I couldn't move, and I didn't want to. Something was so disarming about the surreal sight of this girl from 10 years ago. I remembered wondering, as a child, if I'd imagined her. Hadn't she followed me home and waved at me from across the street? Did I just make that up and forget that it wasn't true? She stopped right in front of me and looked up. I remembered how I looked down at her large eyes, so dark that they looked black against the white of her face and the snow. And here we were again. I was an adult, and sure enough, she was still a child. Her scarf still covered up her lower face, but I could see from the upper half that she looked exactly the same, like she walked through time to see me again. However, the clothes had aged. Her scarf was worn and stained, her jacket ripped in some places. She had a different pair of gloves that looked fairly new, and I wondered if some young boy gave them to her. Did he also think that he imagined her? She looked me up and down, and I remembered that she did the same thing last time, taking stock. I assumed in the moment that she was looking for something to ask me for, another article of clothing to keep her warm, and I was right. She settled on my scarf, and she lightly tugged on it, as if demanding it. I pulled off my scarf, ignoring how cold it made my neck, and handed it over. There was something so strange about the experience that I just felt like I had to go with it, if only to see where it was going. Like before, I was compelled by something in her stare to do what she wanted. I was transfixed by this impossible girl. Then she removed her red scarf, and I almost let myself scream. The skin of her mouth and chin were stained red, and large fangs jutted down from amongst her upper teeth. She looked up as she dropped her old scarf on the ground, and started putting mine around her neck, giggling at the sight of my fear. I was grateful when she covered her mouth with my scarf, but still terrified. I was glued to the spot, but desperately wanted to run. She'd had a sort of disarming aura about her, but it was gone, replaced by danger. I felt compelled to get away from this bloody-mouthed child, but frozen in place at the same time. She laughed again, the light and innocent joy of youth. And then she spoke. "I remember you. Did you move?" I nodded silently, otherwise unable to move. I couldn't stop staring at her eyes. At first, I'd assumed that they were brown and simply looked darker in contrast to the light, but now I could see the endless pits of blackness in her eyes. I could feel a sort of force moving from her eyes to me, compelling me to stay put and do what she wanted. She had me under her spell, and she knew it. It was funny to her. "Oh, I think I remember where you live then," she said before giggling again. "Thanks for the scarf, and the gloves. Stay warm." She walked past me. I heard her footsteps in the snow get farther away, but couldn't will myself to turn around. I didn't want to see her right behind me, admiring her scarf as she'd admitted the gloves I gave her a decade ago. Would I have waved at her too, if she was there? I imagined that I would have, if I had the feeling that it was what she wanted. When I got home, I locked the doors and windows, willing myself not to look out and see if she was waiting for me again, like she had been the first time. I haven't left the house since. I've tried to convince myself that she was imaginary, but I'd rather be terrified than let myself believe that I'm crazy. My mom asked me if I was okay yesterday. I brushed it off and asked her about the heavy winter a decade before. She recalled that it was particularly bad, even worse than they thought at the time. When I asked what she meant, she told me that the local news kept running stories that following spring about a few missing people who'd been found after the snow all melted away, dead on the side of the road, as if they'd just keeled over and been covered by the snow without anyone noticing. My mom remembered that one of the missing was from this side of town. I've since looked into it, and this side of town is really only a mile or so away from our home. The article I found mentioned that the person who discovered that body mentioned that there was dried blood on their coat and neck, like they'd cut themselves falling and bled to death right by the sidewalk. I have my own theories. You may be wondering why I'm staying indoors when the girl from the snowstorm knows where I live. The thing is, I'm not sure she can enter my home without an invitation. Either way, I'm not going to risk going outside again. Not that I have the courage to in the first place. I can barely will myself to look out the window at this point. I don't know what to do besides share my experience with all of you, in the hopes that you're also careful this winter, even if you're not a local. There's no telling how many of these things are out there, and if you have to go outside, bundle up. Stay warm. Christmas is supposed to be a joyous occasion, time spent in the company of friends and family, jolly caroling, and of course partaking in too much of Aunt Judy's special eggnog. But after what happened last year, the impending holiday fills me with nothing but dread. My wife Sam and I always spoil the kids rotten. We were never supposed to be able to have children, you see, due to some health conditions that had befallen Sam as a child. So, when she successfully conceived, carried, and delivered a beautiful pair of twins, a boy and a girl, we were overjoyed. Last Christmas, we really went overboard with the gifts. Jack and Julia had turned 5 that year, and we wanted to make it one they'd remember. Of course, Sam and I had procrastinated wrapping the myriad of presents until the night of Christmas Eve. "Kevin, will you bring the scissors in with you?" I heard Sam call from the living room. I carefully juggled a pair of scissors and 2 glasses of scotch from the hidden collection as I returned to her. She sat cross-legged in the middle of the floor, surrounded by wrapping paper, tape, and presents haphazardly strewn about the hardwood. I grinned down at her and chuckled. She looked ridiculously adorable, sitting there in her fuzzy snowman pajamas with a studious expression on her face as she meticulously wrapped the robot puppy toy. I lowered myself to the ground beside her and handed her a glass and the scissors. "Thanks, babe," she said, putting aside the freshly wrapped box. "I think we may have overdone it. It's going to take us all night to wrap these." I laughed and shook my head. "With the 2 of us, it'll be done in 2 hours. Tops." She frowned at me and rolled her eyes playfully. "You're lucky we got the kids to sleep on time tonight. We might actually make decent time, and maybe even get some sleep before the 2 of them were up at the butt crack of dawn." "God, don't remind me," I groaned, knowing we'd need to be up in less than 7 hours, when the twins inevitably clambered out of bed as early as 6 a.m. "Well, we better get to work then," she chastised, finishing off her drink and driving back into the tedious task at hand. By the time we were done, my arms and back ached from being hunched over for the long hours we had spent wrapping. All shapes and sizes of presents lay in front of us, containing a variety of toys and games, ranging from Barbie dolls and Spider-Man figures to an indoor ball pit, and even pool games from when we opened ours back up in the spring. Each present was delicately labeled in the elegant scrawl of Santa Claus, penned by yours truly. Sam and I positioned the assortment of green and red striped presents under the tree, scrutinizing our handiwork. "Oh, we can't forget the most important part," Sam exclaimed, taking my hand and leading me towards the armchair that sat by the fire. A tired groan escaped my lips as she ushered me towards the mound of cookies and glass of milk. "Hun, it's nearly 2 o'clock in the morning. Can't we just save them for another day?" I pleaded, dreading the amount of time I'd need to spend at the gym if I partook now. Sam grimaced, but wouldn't relent. "You know Jack and Julia will be so disappointed if they see Santa didn't eat their cookies. Here, I'll help," she offered, snagging a cookie and swallowing it down. I could never disappoint my kids, so there Sam and I stood in the middle of the night, dutifully devouring the treats left for jolly old Saint Nick. When the 2 of us finally clambered back upstairs, we had reached the point of exhaustion where the house could have burned down around us. For that reason, we were none the wiser to the situation unfolding downstairs that silent night. I was awoken the next morning by the shrill scream of my daughter. Sam and I both shot out of bed at the same time, carelessly tossing the down comforter to the side. I beat her to the door and flung it open, both of us racing down the spiral staircase. I skidded into the living room, my heart hammering in my throat as I called for my children. "Julia, Jack, what's wrong?" Their matching brown-haired heads stood in front of the merrily twinkling Christmas tree. At my words, Julia twirled around, a bright smile on her little face. "Santa came, Daddy." I let out an exasperated sigh, stepping forward and pulling the twins into my arms as a wave of relief washed over me. "You can't scare Mommy and Daddy like that, kiddo. Indoor voices next time, okay?" Sam laughed behind me. "Well, seeing as everyone's alright, how about some breakfast?" The twins groaned. "But what about presents, Mommy?" Jack asked, his soft chocolate eyes drifting longingly to the bounty of presents beneath the tree. "After, okay?" I told them, and they begrudgingly accepted. A few moments later, the tantalizing aroma of French toast and sausage wafted over the kitchen. We all expeditiously ate our meal before reconvening in the living room once more. I threw a couple logs into the fireplace before gathering around the tree with my family. The cozy glow of the embers and the soft sounds of Christmas music coming from the radio filled the house with a festive atmosphere. I positioned the camera so that it would catch the presents and their joyful reactions as they unveiled them, hoping to look back on this occasion in fond remembrance for many years to come. Now, I am filled with fear and uncertainty whether I watch the footage over a stiff drink. Jack went first, pondering the assortment of gifts, trying to decide which one he wanted to open. To my surprise, he opted for a small box near the front that likely contained some sort of action figure. "Go on, sweetie. What did Santa bring you?" Sam encouraged him. An excited grin braced my son's face as he tore into the wrapping paper, sending shreds of sparkling red and green paper flying in his excitement. He struggled with the cardboard of the box a moment before reaching in and withdrawing the present within. My anticipation and his glee swiftly shifted to trepidation as his small hands withdrew the contents of the package. Sam and I sat in shock, startled silence, as Jack contemplated the coarse rope of the noose in his hands. "Daddy, what's this?" he asked innocently, lifting the noose towards me. I scrambled to my feet and snatched the prickly rope from his hands, thundering into the kitchen without a word. I heard Sam consoling Jack in the living room before joining me. "Kevin, what kind of sick joke is this?" she demanded angrily, glaring at the noose on the counter. I stared at her in shock before snapping back. "I was hoping you would tell me." She huffed and snatched the heinous tool off the counter, shoving it furiously to the bottom of the trash can. "Why would I buy something like that for our children?" I frowned. "Well, how the hell did it get here then?" "I have no idea, Kevin. We wrapped all those presents ourselves last night." I did my best to ease her fears. It was probably some salty fucker at the factory playing a sick prank. We had no other explanation for what could have happened, and decided to return to the festivities. Sam and I returned to the living room, freezing in the doorway as we took in the scene before us. Jack and Julia had been unable to contain their excitement any longer, and had already ripped apart many of the presents. Amidst the destruction of boxes and the familiar wrapping paper, more harrowing gifts lay strewn about. A crowbar, a plastic bag, zip ties, bleach. With a shout, I lunged forward and scooped my children up, shouting at Sam to follow as I raced up the stairs and locked my family in the safety of our bedroom. We had wrapped dozens upon dozens of presents last night, and every one was inexplicably replaced with the macabre tools. Sam called the police, and soon all the evidence of the atrocious event was packed tidily in evidence bags and whisked away to be processed. The cops searched for any sign of forced entry, but there was none to be found, and no suspects were ever uncovered. At one point, they had turned their attention to Sam and me, thinking we had planned the heinous deed. We did our best to put it behind us. We replaced the gifts, and life went on. That is, until this morning. In an attempt to be more productive, Sam and I had prepared the presents in advance, and the brightly wrapped gifts had sat undisturbed below the tree for the past week. However, when I descended the stairs this morning, it seemed there was an extra present below the tree. I approached curiously, thinking we must have missed one. I picked up the curious addition to see the package was addressed to me, with my own familiar handwriting marking Santa Claus as the sender. My dread mounting, I unwrapped the gift with shaky hands. I cautiously removed the lid to see what lay inside the box. A heavy, black gun lay unamusingly at the bottom. Unexplained events have been happening ever since last week, when my first Amazon mystery package arrived. It all started last Monday, when a white, unmarked van rolled up to my house that morning. An elderly woman with long, unruly gray curls crawled out, carrying a large package wrapped in red ribbon to my porch. "Oh, how nice," I thought. "Who's this from?" I admit, I kind of hoped it was from a secret admirer, but I doubted it. "Get real, Brent," I told myself. But I hadn't ordered anything from Amazon since last month, when I had finished my Christmas shopping. What could this be? I carried the package into the kitchen and opened it. Inside the box were layers of festive green, red, and reindeer-printed tissue paper, but the box looked empty. After searching some more, an envelope sealed with a gold sticker appeared at the bottom of the box. "Mr. Smith, was scrawled across the envelope in large, sloppy crayon letters. A child's handwriting. What child would have sent this? Besides, I didn't have, or even know, any children. Who would send such a strange gift? And why go to such trouble to wrap a note? Why not just mail the card instead? Inside the envelope was a thin strip of paper that looked like a fortune from the inside of a cookie, but the paper was flamingo pink instead of white. The note read, "A child will be born." That was it. No signature, no explanation, no note underneath saying, "Just kidding." Huh? I asked out loud. A child? What on earth? I grabbed my phone and dialed my sister. "Hey Claire," I said. "Did you send me a present from Amazon?" She laughed.
"Oh, sorry,"
she said, sounding confused.
"Why do you ask?"
"Someone sent me an Amazon package with a note in it, and I'm trying to solve the mystery."
Who knows? Maybe you have a secret admirer.
She laughed. Then I laughed, probably a little too loudly. "Funny today, aren't we?"
"Well, Brent,"
she said.
"not to change the subject, but since we're on the phone, I might as well tell you the news."
Her voice burst with energy, sounding giddy. "Oh yeah?" I asked, still thinking about the freak show of a package that had just arrived at my door.
"Guess what?
"What?"
I'm pregnant."
she squealed, like a senior at an after-prom party. "Oh my god," I exclaimed, shocked and a bit horrified. "Who's the father?" Claire hadn't mentioned seeing anyone special for months, but she sounded so excited about the news I had to ask. She paused, sighing.
"It's probably Randy,"
she said.
"from my yoga class. We just started dating. Good guy, though. Vegan, low sugar, gluten-free, you know. Sometimes he smokes hash, but whatever. We all have our vices."
"Oh?" I asked, my tone equal parts polite and curious. But goosebumps rippled over my skin as I reread the note from the Amazon package. "A child will be born." Was this some kind of joke? I wondered, who's behind this? The next morning around the same time, I was working at my computer when car tires squealed in the driveway. An engine huffed and hummed. I peeked through the blinds. It was the same Amazon delivery woman from yesterday, carrying another large package wrapped in red ribbon. This time, I greeted her at the door. "How you doing today?" she said with a jarringly loud Boston accent. "Pretty good. And you?" She nodded. "I could have been better." She grunted, then turned to walk away. "Hey," I said before she left. "Do you know how I could find out who sent the package I got yesterday?" She shrugged. "Call customer service," she said, then walked away before I'd finished speaking. With the holiday madness, I'd never get anyone on the phone. Why bother? I figured. After waiting a few moments, I opened the package in red ribbon, sighing. Here we go again. Just like before, another ocean of green, red, and reindeer-printed tissue paper greeted me, bursting from the box with Christmas cheer. I waded through the forest of tissue paper, then grabbed the envelope at the bottom of the box. Again, like before, my name was scrawled across the front of the envelope in crayon. Inside the envelope was another thin pink strip of paper, but this one read, "A puppy will arrive, but warning, appearances deceive." "A puppy?" I said under my breath. "What?" I set the envelope on the counter, then returned to work. Whatever, I thought. An hour later, just as I was finishing a report for my boss, a knock sounded at my door. A boy of about 10 or 12 stood on the porch looking sad. "Hey there," I said. "What can I do for you?" He clasped his hands behind him, like he was holding on to something. "Hey," he said, flashing a nervous smile. "I'm Bradley." Then, after a moment, he unclasped his arms, swinging them around to reveal a tiny Pomeranian on a silver leash. Bradley handed me the leash. "Please take care of him," he said. "Oh, no," I started. "I can't." But before I could object, the boy darted off, bolting down the street like an Olympian sprinter, then vanishing around the corner. I looked down at the puppy, wagging its tail and smiling, Around his collar was a bone-shaped name tag that read, Buster. No address, no telephone number, no owners, just Buster. Oh my son, who would name you such a thing? I pet him, stroking his rust-colored fur as he wagged his tail and smiled. Oh well, I thought. I had wanted to adopt a rescue dog anyway. This might work out after all. Well, Buster, I said, welcome home. The third morning played out just like the 2 mornings before. Same delivery woman, same box, same ribbon, same envelope. Different note. This time, the tone was more ominous. The note read, Lock your doors. Someone's watching. Chills rippled up my spine and I shuddered. Buster barked, sounding uncharacteristically aggressive. He growled like a pit bull, looking at nothing in particular in the living room. I followed his gaze as he looked up at something several inches shorter than me, but still much taller than him. But I saw nothing significant aside from a bland, all beige living room. But just to be safe, I locked the front door, then walked through every room of the house to secure the windows and doors. But in the spare bedroom, the window was cracked open at just the right amount of space for someone to crawl through. The white linen curtains billowed in the winter breeze, like an omen. On the windowsill was a pink post-it that read, Lock me. I followed the instructions without question. Later that night, I looked back at the Amazon box that had arrived that day, searching for signs of the sender's identity but found nothing. I flipped on the television, letting it play in the background while I worked at my computer. The voices on the TV droned on, like background noise, until one report caught my ear.
Breaking news tonight.
An anchor woman announced.
Here's the latest on what police say is the work of a phantom burglar. Good evening, Chad. What's the latest? Good evening, Shannon.
The male reporter's son.
Police say the phantom burglar has struck again, this time in an unexpected location. Around 7 this evening, the burglar frightened an elderly couple in the quiet, low-key Turtle Bluffs neighborhood at their home, near Chadwick and Foothill Roads.
My God, I gasped. That's right here. That's this neighborhood. No, wait. That's right around the corner. The camera flashed to the home of the scene, a small yellow house on the corner right around the street from my house. The couple that had been victimized lived 20 seconds away. Holy shit. I thought of the note from earlier, along with the open spare bedroom window from this morning. My heart thumped, and my stomach flip-flopped as the chunks rose up my throat. Who was sending these letters? And how did this person know so much? The next morning, when the package arrived, I hesitated before reading the note. I paced back and forth in front of the unopened envelope for a while, contemplating whether to open it. Finally, unable to resist, I opened it. This time the note read, Don't look in the mirror. Say what? I said aloud. How am I supposed to do that? I set the strip of paper on the counter and forgot about it. I returned to my desk to finish my report. Still, I avoided mirrors for the rest of the day. I figured, well, technically, I was working from home, so I could loaf around all day looking like shit and who'd care. That night, I turned on the news, half expecting to hear another crazy report, but I heard nothing unusual. I went to sleep that night without trouble and woke up around 6 the next morning to the sound of a loud crash. Buster barked and growled like a savage beast. For a 5-pound dog, he had the bark and growl of a demon-possessed Doberman. I looked at him, alarmed. What was that noise? I grabbed a baseball bat out of the closet and crept through the house, listening for movement. Silence. I rounded the corner to the staircase and tiptoed down the steps. The floorboard above me creaked. I jerked my head up to look, but nothing was there. The morning sunlight was creeping up through the darkness now, streaming its first rays of sun into the entryway, bathing the staircase in a soft golden light, looking serene and ethereal. I crept across the entryway, toward the living room and kitchen, pressing my body against each wall, police style, before rounding the next corner. No one. Then, down the hallway, outside the guest bathroom, I found shards of glass sprinkled all throughout the carpet, forming a trail from the hall to the bathroom. I flipped on the light. The entire wall-to-wall mirror in the guest bathroom had been busted out. The entire mirror had shattered. Later, after the police arrived to check out the scene, they shook their heads, baffled, looking around for clues of some crime, but finding nothing. No idea how that happened, one of the policemen said, shaking his head as he scribbled into a notepad without looking up. I've never heard of a mirror breaking apart on its own before. He grunted. Some weird shit. He kept scribbling his notes, never looking up. I nodded. He handed me his business card. Have a nice day, he said without a hint of emotion, with the same tone he'd used to order a grilled cheese sandwich at a diner. Call if you need anything, he said. The final note arrived Friday morning, December 18th. But this one was the worst of all. I greeted the delivery woman at the door as she crept up the porch at the speed of a sea turtle treading through a waiting pool. Good morning, you, she said, smiling. She reached over and pinched my cheek. I wasn't expecting that and just smiled awkwardly. But this time, she was wearing a name tag. Gertrude Morris. I thanked her, took the package, and opened it inside. I opened the envelope inside the box and read the note, bracing myself. They didn't survive. At that moment, all the frustration and the confusion and the apprehension and the all-around creepiness of the past week closed in on me, and I'd had enough. Enough! I yelled at the empty room. What is this? A joke? It's not funny. Silence. I went to work at my computer, trying to put the image of that last note out of my head. I typed up my report for work. I waited, wringing my hands, pacing across the kitchen, back and forth a few times, waiting for something to happen, waiting to hear some kind of terrible news. I imagined turning on the news and hearing some horror story about an accident or a robbery or worse. But the hours passed by without trouble or tragedy. That night, I went to sleep around midnight, wondering if the whole drama had ended. Soon, I drifted off into a dreamless sleep. The next day, an hour earlier than usual, I took Buster for a walk and discovered the package already sitting on the porch. I waited for Buster to emerge from the shrubbery. Then I picked up the package off the doorstep. This one was wrapped in a green ribbon, and inside, on the envelope, my name was typed. Curious, I opened the envelope, expecting to see the usual strip of paper, but instead, I found a surprise. Inside the envelope was a pink post-it that read, "Look in the box." I returned to the box, digging through the jungle of wrapping paper and pulled out a rolled-up newspaper. I peeled off the rubber band and unrolled it. On the front page was the date, December 11th, 2020. As I unrolled it, a collage of faces appeared under one article entitled, 101 Dead in Albany Plane Crash. I'd heard all about that last week. Tragic story, but why was the newspaper in the box? I wondered. I slipped on my reading glasses and studied the faces of the deceased passengers. The plane had crashed soon after takeoff. Engine failure, killing almost everyone on board. But when I looked at the passengers' faces again, I froze. Wait, I thought I recognized some of those faces. As I matched faces to names, my heart raced. Two pictures caught my eye as I read. One was a photo of a dark-haired boy with a nervous smile, along with the caption, Bradley Bennett, age 11, Albany, New York, killed. The other was a photo of a smiling elderly woman with long gray curls, with the caption, Gertrude Morris, age 81, Boston, Michigan, killed. My jaw dropped as all of the pieces of the mystery fell into place. The boy on the doorstep with the dog, the Amazon delivery woman who had delivered my packages almost every day this week. But when I looked back at the article, a line of blue ink caught my eye under one of the captions. It looked like someone's handwriting. It read, "Sorry about the mirror. I didn't mean to." I froze in disbelief. But how could this be? I didn't know. I still don't know. But what I do know is the events of this past week have challenged things I thought I knew and believed in. Oh, and about the package I got with the newspaper, it was the last one I got. I haven't seen Gertrude since. Hey, wanna go outside for a bit? We've been cramped up in here all year, it feels like. My wife looked up from her phone. She had been browsing Reddit, and I saw her eyes were bleary and confused. Huh? You know, outside. That place we used to go that's not here. Oh, right. She looked back down at her phone. Come on, I'm seriously so bored. Let's go tobogganing or let's make a snowman. What are you, 10 years old or something? She looked up at me, smiling now. Yeah, I am a child in a man's body. You know this. Now can we please get out of here and go do something? I'm not feeling up to it. You go ahead. I sighed and was about to resign myself to staying indoors, but then decided against it. What the hell, I figured. I'll go out by myself and make a snowman just like I did when I was a kid. So I went out to the front lawn and did just that. I began by making a snowball, then rolled it around in the packing snow and watched as it got larger. I pushed it towards the center of the yard, rounded off the rough edges, and set to work on the next big snowball that would be his midsection. By the time I finished that one, I was nearly out of snow. We hadn't gotten much yet, and it had been depleted quickly. I looked around and saw that there wasn't enough to make a head for my snowman. We had a very small yard. The houses were packed tightly together, and space was at a premium in this neighborhood. Glancing across the street, I saw my neighbor still had plenty of snow. The old man who lived there, Mr. Verdwin, was a tall, thin, severe-looking man with black hair that never seemed to gray despite his advanced age. He liked to dress in all black clothing and drove a giant, vintage Mercedes. Also black. He had a reputation in the neighborhood as well, and since we had only moved in recently, I had barely heard the gist of it. I hoped he wouldn't notice me stealing a bit of his snow. He hated people coming onto his property. Had signs everywhere saying, no trespassing, no solicitors, and no visitors even. What an old grouch, I thought. Telling myself I really shouldn't. But I did. I walked across the street and hesitantly stepped onto his lawn. For a second I felt like sirens were about to go off. Police were going to pull up with lights, flashing to arrest me. That's how scary this guy was to me. To all of us. The whole neighborhood was terrified of him due to multiple incidents over the years. But then nothing happened. Felt a bit foolish standing there on his snow-covered lawn, looking scared. It was fine. He was just a grumpy old man. The rumors about him were just that. Rumors. Kneeling down, I started to make a new snowball. This would be the head of my masterpiece. I made it smooth and perfectly spherical. Holding it in my hands, the big basketball-sized snowball felt heavy and just right. Part of me desperately wanted to throw it at a car. Mr. Verdwin's car specifically. He had run over my cat with a giant gas guzzler barely 6 weeks before. I was about to turn around and walk back across the street when I saw Mr. Verdwin watching me from his front door. The old goat had crept out silently and had been glaring at me from his doorway. He was standing there with his arms crossed and a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Oh, hey Mr. Verdwin. Sorry, this probably sounds dumb, but I was making a snowman and... You ran out of snow? He seemed amused by my discomfort, basking in it. Right. I caught myself shuffling back and forth on my feet like a kid caught with his hand in the cookie jar before dinner. Do you mind? The whole situation was exceedingly awkward. The man hated people coming onto his property, loathed it. What had I been thinking? To my surprise, though, he just looked at me, baring his teeth. He didn't appear happy when he smiled. It was a hateful grin. Wait there. I worried for a moment he was going to get his camera or something for proof to press charges, but the whole idea seemed ludicrous. Still, I took a step back and stood on the street, glancing again at the no trespassing sign I had brazenly ignored. Here we are, he said as he came out of his house with a black hat in hand. I saw he was wearing his long winter coat and a pair of boots. Of course, all jet black. He surprised me by walking out of the house and straight up to me. The hat in his hand was weathered and faded. starting to turn gray almost. It had a smell also, like week old roadkill. "Frosty needs a hat," he said. His voice was cold as the snow in my hands, which was turning them number by the second. He reached out to me. "May I?" Took the big snowball as if to examine it, and casually handed me the black fedora he was holding. I felt a surge of revulsion the second I touched the thing. I wanted to get it away from me as quickly as possible. Mr. Verdwin granted my wish and offered the blank snowman head for me to place it on top of. He grinned again at me, and this time I could see all of his yellowed teeth, ranging in color from a nicotine-stained yellow-brown to almost black in places. "Have fun." He chuckled and turned back to go inside. Easing the big wooden door slowly closed. His eyes watched me from the crack of the door, staring at me until the space disappeared and it was shut. The whole thing was highly disturbing. Suddenly the big snowball in my hand seemed to tip over of its own volition. I caught it the last second, stopping it from falling onto the road. The blank-faced snowman head stared at me, the fedora resting on top. Without knowing why, I felt a momentary sickness and despair, an utter unpleasantness, as if I was holding a severed head in my hands instead of a big snowball. I tried to shake off that feeling and walked back across the street to my own yard, looking back over my shoulder as I did. Mr. Verdwin was still watching me from his front window. Unsettled, I quickly placed the head of my snowman atop its body and stood back to look at it. "Not complete," a new voice in my mind said. It needed something. Several somethings, actually. I went inside and fetched a few items from the house. A carrot for the nose, a classic. A piece of red licorice for the mouth, and a couple marbles for eyes nearly completed the effect. But no, still needed more. I found a couple hefty branches that had fallen from the tree during the last storm and stuck them into the torso on either side. Perfect, I thought. I stood back again to look and saw that the illusion was complete. The glassy reflections of the marble eyes looked almost human. The bright red licorice mouth gave a slightly more unsettling smile than I had anticipated. But the hat was the kicker. I didn't like it, but it certainly completed the look of them. Looked over my shoulder again, but Mr. Verdwin was gone, no longer watching me. Sufficiently cold and feeling unsettled for reasons I couldn't explain, I decided to go back inside. "Have fun making your snowman?" Christine asked from the kitchen where she had started to make dinner. What are we having?" I asked, ignoring the question. The fact was the entire thing had turned sour once Mr. Verdwin had decided to get involved. Pasta with mushrooms. We needed to use up those ones from the bottom of the fridge. They were starting to go bad. Nice, my favorite. Slightly expired mushroom pasta. Hey, if it tastes disgusting, we'll go get chicken nuggets or something, but we can't keep wasting food. I know, it's true. That night after dinner, which actually tasted pretty good by the way, my wife and I were looking out the front window. Why did you make it facing the house? What? The snowman. It's like it's looking at us in here. Why'd you do that? Shouldn't it be looking at the street? I approached the window and looked out through the glare and reflections shining back at me from the lights inside the house. I squinted to see the snowman I had made was looking right back at me, his marble eyes looking very human in the dull light of the moon. I stood there trying to make sense of it. Why are you looking at it like that? For whatever reason I can't explain, I kept it to myself. I figured it was just kids playing a prank, but what kind of prank was that? No reason. It's nothing. I lied. I saw snow falling in the glow of the streetlights and noticed it beginning to accumulate on the lawn. Later that night, while I slept, I had a terrible nightmare. I was standing in front of a giant wall made of ice. My reflection looked back at me in it like a mirror, only bluer. The feeling I had was one of anxiety, as if someone was going to sneak up behind me and grab my shoulder at any second. But there was no one behind me in the vast, reflective surface of the ice wall in my dream. Or so I thought. A tree branch suddenly popped out from one side, then one on the other. As if by magic, the snowman I had made rose up behind me, materializing from thin air. He leaned large over me and wrapped his tree branch arms around me in an embrace, his red licorice mouth opening up to reveal a mouth that stretched wider and wider as I watched. The twig ends of the tree branch arms began to grow and stretch across my skin like ivy on a building. They began to poke into my skin and I felt them puncture and go inside, reaching from my heart and wrapping themselves around it. My breathing sped up and my heartbeat quickened with fear as the branches continued to cover my body, going into my mouth and encapsulating my face. Once I was covered in the hateful growth, the snowman stepped forward and the freezing cold of him began to envelop me. In my dream, I closed my eyes from the terror of it all and opened them again to see myself as normal. Only my eyes were marbles, my nose a carrot, and my mouth a piece of red licorice. I tried to scream and found I couldn't. I woke up covered in cold sweat, or so I thought. Stepping out of the bed, I found a puddle of ice-cold water on the ground beside where I slept. I couldn't make any sense of it. Maybe I had been sleepwalking and poured water on the floor. That was the only rational explanation I could suggest. I went out of the bedroom and got towels to mop up the water from the linen cabinet. Christine had already left for work, I realized. She had been working extra hours leading up to Christmas, but it was earlier than usual for her to go in for her shift. After cleaning up the water, I went to the kitchen and made a coffee, then looked outside as I took a sip. I nearly spit it out in surprise. The snowman was gone. Just gone. Almost like he had walked away during the night. Any tracks had been covered by the freshly fallen snow. My first thought was Mr. Verdwin. He was behind this somehow. It wasn't kids playing pranks. It was him. The dream occurred to me again, and that voice in my mind spoke up. Snowman isn't missing. You're the snowman now. Don't you feel it? The ice in your veins. As I looked at the spot where the snowman should have been, I noticed something. Mr. Verdwin across the way, staring out his window at me. A steaming mug of something was in his hand, and he was staring at me intently. Then I saw the car was still in the driveway. Christine, are you here? I called out knowing that she wouldn't be. Christine? And then I felt it, resting atop my head. The black felt fedora, as if it had been there all along, but it wasn't such a part of me I hadn't paid attention to it. The thing suddenly felt like it was an extension of my body, another limb like an arm but on top of my head. The revulsion I had felt before at the feel of it flared up again 1,000 times worse at the thought, and I reached up to pull it off me. It wouldn't come off. I ran to the bathroom to look in the mirror and saw what looked like vines growing down the side of my now pale face from the fedora. No, not vines. Branches. They drove down into my skin at places and blood seeped from those spots, dripping black and running down my neck. Ice cold. Screaming, I tried to rip it off my head, but found it wouldn't come off. Pulling on it hurt worse than anything I'd ever felt before. White lights shooting before my eyes each time I tried, getting more painful with each attempt. In my mind's eye, I saw it again. The dream I had the night before, looking at my own face in the reflection of ice. My eyes were glass marble staring back at me. I breathed out and my breath plumed into the air as if I was outside on a February day. Despite the heat of the furnace, it's going to be a very cold winter, and I am not looking forward to the spring.
Well, my little brother Todd saw it first, and he told me, and now I'm here. My friend Allie told me about this site a few weeks back when we were sharing horror stories. Some seemed totally fake, but now I'm here to talk about mine, and I hope you guys don't think it's fake. I need help. I think I'm in trouble. My name is Alex, and I'm 9. I thought I knew that Santa was real, but now I'm not so sure. I'm hiding in Todd's room under his blankets on my phone. I hope this post works. 3 days ago, my family finished putting up our Christmas tree and decorating it. Mom, Dad, me, and Todd all worked together. Todd is only 5 and couldn't reach very high, but that's okay. We love Christmas and we love winter. The next night we sat down for dinner and Todd kept giggling. It was starting to get annoying. Mom looked at him and smiled and asked what was so funny. Did he have a secret? He said yeah, he does. But he doesn't want to get Mom in trouble. Mom and Dad look at each other funny. Todd laughed harder and finally said he saw Mom kissing Santa last night. He went to go look at the Christmas tree after his bedtime and saw Mom with Santa. I tried to not giggle. Since I'm 9, I know that Santa isn't real, and it's really just my dad in a costume. I look back at Mom and Dad to see if they find it funny too. but what I saw was wrong. Mom looked like she was trying not to cry. Dad had a weird look on his face. Mom tried to tell Todd that he hadn't seen that, and he shouldn't be out of bed. Todd got really upset and left the table to go up to his room. Mom looked sad. I offered to help clean up the dishes, but Dad told me to go see if Todd was okay, and that he and Mom would take care of it. Todd was fine. He was in his room playing with his toys, mumbling about how Santa is real. I told him of course Santa's real. The adults just don't believe it like we do. I felt bad lying to my little brother, but I wanted to make him feel better. I heard some noises from downstairs, but I didn't listen to them. I read Todd a picture book and helped him brush his teeth before getting him in bed. I went to say goodnight to my parents, but they weren't in their room. I went downstairs to find them and saw them in the office room. I actually heard them before I saw them. It sounded like they were arguing about something. Mom was saying she's sorry a lot, and Dad kept asking how it could happen again. They said a lot of words that I didn't quite hear, and then Dad said something that made me upset. Will we have to move again, now that he knows where we live? We had just moved here 2 years ago, right after Christmas. That Christmas had been weird. Mom seemed on edge and Dad looked awful, like he hadn't slept in a long time. I didn't want to move again. It was a long trip, and I missed my old friends. I decided, since I'm older, I should have a say in this, and walked into the office. Mom and Dad both looked surprised to see me. Mom had been crying. Seeing her like that, I got upset and the words I was going to say got stuck. I asked if we would have to move again. Dad crouched down and hugged me. I love his hugs. He said no, we don't have to move and everything's fine. He asked if Todd was okay, and I told him he was in bed early. Mom crouched next to me and they both hugged me and said I'm a great older sibling. This made me really happy, and I wasn't worried anymore. They told me to go to bed and that they loved me. That was 2 nights ago. Tonight at dinner, Todd didn't talk about Santa again, and we ate like normal. I was telling Mom about my school day when I noticed she had something purple on her neck. She was wearing a sweater, so I didn't see it right away. Before I could ask about it, she asked if I wanted dessert, and I said heck yeah. Dad didn't like that I said it like that. We ate pudding and Nilla wafers. Mom got some stuck on the corner of her mouth. She wiped it off, but it left her mouth a weird color. It was purple and red like she had put on lipstick. Dad saw and looked upset again. They quickly told me and Todd to get up and ready for bed, and they would take care of the dishes. I had a long day, so I went to sleep pretty quickly. Mom and Dad came in and kissed me goodnight. A lot later, I had to get up to the bathroom, and when I came out, I saw the lights flickering downstairs. It didn't make sense. Our tree didn't do that. Allie's tree did that, and it was cool, but it made my head hurt. I went to see if it was broken. I took 2 steps down the stairs and I heard noises. Was someone else up? Maybe Dad was trying to fix the tree. I just wanted to peek and make sure everything was okay. I didn't want to cause trouble. I saw Dad on the ground reaching towards the tree. I was right. He was trying to fix it, but something seemed wrong. He wasn't moving. He was also wearing a sweater I didn't recognize. It looked like his white knitted sweater, but there was a red mark on it that looked like it was getting bigger the longer I looked, which was weird. I heard the noise again and tried to find it, but it was hard because the room didn't have a lot of light. I leaned against the stair railing, trying to see through the pulls. On one of the brighter light flashes, I saw bright red in the corner of the room. I looked over and saw something I don't think I was supposed to see. It was Santa, but something was weird. He didn't look like how we're taught Santa looks. He was big, taller than our tree. He was fat, but in a weird way, like Maui from the movie Moana. He was wearing a bright red coat that went to his knees. His shoes and his pants were the same dark black, and he didn't have a hat. I thought he was wearing big white gloves, but after a few more flashes, I saw his hands were big like when you put a ring on your finger that's too tight, and you can't take it off. Then I saw his skin was a weird color. It looked like a jellyfish, slimy and clear, but also white. I wouldn't have noticed, but when I saw it right next to my mom's face, it seemed so gross. And that's when I recognized my mom. He had her against the wall with his hand around her neck. My face turned cold and I felt my blood rush down my back. That was wrong. The This was so wrong. I was scared. My mom made a sound and I recognized it as the sound I heard earlier. Santa brought his face to hers and kissed her, just like Todd said. Her eyes were wide and she looked like she was trying to move. At one point, I thought she looked right at me and was trying to tell me something. It was gross and I wanted to yell, but as soon as I opened my mouth, he turned to me. His face was ugly. His skin was wrinkled and gray. His eyes were yellow and the white part was red. His mouth was open and really wide in a gross smile. It could almost go from one ear to another. His nose was small and flat against his face like a pig's. He had no beard, but he had thin white hair falling over his ears. When he turned to me, he didn't turn his body, just his head. I heard a thump, but didn't stay to see what made it. I rushed up the stairs and into Todd's room, which is where I am now. I tried calling the police, but it kept ringing and no one picked up. I locked the door and put a chair in front of it like I see in the movies. Todd is a heavy sleeper, and I have him in my arms. Someone please help me. I'm so scared. I think I hear my dad calling me.
What do you guys do on the day of Christmas? I bet it's much better than what happens to me every year on this sacred holiday. What is it like? To drink hot chocolate while munching happily on butter-churned cookies. To stare intently at the warm fireplace providing you with a sense of reassurance through the bitter cold winter. There might even be a joyful Christmas tune, masking itself in the dense background. So is Christmas your favorite holiday? It definitely isn't mine. It's not that I'm missing anything or living under poor conditions. My parents never failed to decorate our lawn with a variety of sparkling ornaments. Despite the loads of work we must complete, our Christmas tree still stands tall in the living room in every passing year. Yet I still hate it, and I despise it because of something I've never told my parents, nor anyone close to me in my life. A secret I have been latching onto for years, and I'm still debating whether or not to share it now. Despite the worry, if this doesn't go out fast enough, sooner or later I'll be dead with the rest of the lot. A while ago, maybe 10 years prior to the moment I addressed this concern, my sister was abducted on Christmas Eve. It had been a joyful day for me, as well as my family who spent long hours trying to make this holiday an exceptional experience. Our dinner consisted of boiled bean sprouts with all the festivities a household needed. Later that night, my younger siblings and I played a few board games with each other, doing your usual brother-sister activities. Although this happened ages ago, it still puts a smile on my lonesome face. That is, until I remember the events that occurred hours after this cheerful celebration. I was laying in my bed, contemplating various ideas regarding my family's next Christmas. All of it was a blur, but for a moment I heard something plop down the chimney. As a child, I really believed in Santa Claus. Thinking he'd come to deliver presents to my door, I hopped out of my mattress and tiptoed to the edge of my door to take a quick peek. A large figure of a man blocked my vision, his boots making soft crunching noises on the carpet. I was so elated that I didn't notice the door of my sibling's room wide open. On that night, my youngest sister was taken away, and since then she's never come back. After that incident, my parents called private investigators to locate her, worried to death about her whereabouts. It's been so long since that tragic loss hit my family, and we've seemed to have forgotten it, but every Christmas since then has been solemn. It hurts my heart every year when I look at their sorrowful faces and realize that I witnessed what happened that night, but I never tell them. The young ones sleep in the master bedroom now, my parents protecting them from harm. I guess that's better off for them, knowing that the man still lurks. Every night I hear a plop from the chimney, and every year I wish Christmas never existed. He always taunts me, his long white beard brushing across my chin. I know you're awake.
They say it's better to give than receive. I guess my Secret Santa would agree with that. because for every day this December, I've been getting anonymous gifts from my so-called Secret Santa. I say so-called because I've never signed up for a Secret Santa gift exchange, but that hasn't stopped someone from taking on that burden. Every day, I find a gift on my doorstep when I come back from work. On the weekends, there's no telling when it may arrive. Whenever I manage to catch the person making deliveries, they're clueless to who it is. But that's no surprise. What is a surprise is the gifts I've been getting themselves. For starters, the wrapping has never been the same. It's been a non-stop variety of deep plum, dark crimson, or sky blue coupled with the most elegant bows. They're the kind of presents that look so beautifully wrapped, you almost feel guilty unwrapping them. Even more elaborate are the gifts themselves. Much like the wrappings, each day has been a different gift. I've gotten gift cards to all my favorite restaurants, a variety of fun coffee mugs, a few beautiful pairs of boots, all in my size, and even a beautiful new leather jacket for when it warms up. I haven't failed to notice that no gift has been something edible, or something that could even remotely be construed as threatening or dangerous. Each time, all it contains the typed note saying, "To Michelle from your Secret Santa." I have to admit, I'm torn. On one hand, someone is obviously going through a lot of time, money, and effort to do something nice for me. I haven't woken up to a dead animal on my front porch or anything, and the gifts have all actually been pretty thoughtful. Nothing else strange or suspicious has happened to me, so that's also out. If I'm being really honest, I almost feel guilty for being suspicious. It's almost like, in this day and age, you can't help be suspicious of the most spontaneous acts of generosity, but on the other hand, this just doesn't seem normal. One gift would be normal, but every day? That's the one thing I can't help but be weirded out about. To be honest, it's kind of driving me mad. If someone was stalking me, that'd be one thing, but I haven't felt even remotely threatened. All I can say is that my Secret Santa sure is living up to his name, because I am clueless to who it is. I've asked everyone I know, and they all deny being behind it. Maybe it's like a secret millionaire Santa or something. At this point, it's actually kind of fun to see what each day will bring. If it's nothing dangerous or threatening, I may as well enjoy it, right? So that's exactly what I did. As the days inched closer to Christmas, I kept my eye out for anything odd, but I enjoyed the gifts from my mysterious benefactor along the way. I did my own holiday shopping, and everything was normal. Or at least it was until December 21st. I had gone to work that day with no sign of the daily package. That wasn't too odd. It had been dropped off while I was away numerous times. After work, I went grocery shopping, and with darkness already falling, I headed home. But when I got there, no package was there waiting for me. That was strange. As every present had been dropped off during daylight hours, my mind began to wonder what that meant. Maybe the Secret Santa ran out of money or something happened. But I couldn't help but just be a little disappointed. I knew I had no right to be, since the free gifts had to end somewhere. Brushing aside the weird occurrence, I went inside and fixed something for dinner. While in the middle of cooking, I switched on the porch light to see if the gift had been left out back for a change. But nope, my backyard was the same as always. After I finished my dinner of roasted chicken and potatoes, I watched some TV before heading to bed, falling asleep easily. But before I knew it, I was jerked out of my sleep by a noise. I had no idea where it came from, or if it was even real. As my bedroom began coming into focus, I tried to figure out what the noise was and where it came from. While I sat there, I listened carefully for the slightest sound. Everything was quiet for a moment, until I heard the sound of a car peeling away. Easing myself out of bed, I grabbed my phone and crept towards the hallway. As soon as I made my way down the stairs, I carefully checked every door and window. There was no sign of a break-in, and everything was firmly locked. I was just about to go back to bed when I saw it. Out in the backyard, there was what looked like someone sprawled out face down on the grass. With full-blown panic settling in, I immediately called the police and managed to get out what happened. I faintly heard the dispatcher telling me to remain calm and stay on the line until the cops arrived. Once that happened, I watched from my kitchen as the two officers went into the backyard and approached the stranger laying there. When he didn't respond, one officer, a slender man in his early 40s, went over and checked on him while his partner, an athletic woman in her 30s, kept her gun carefully trained on the motionless person. "He's dead," the male officer called out while checking for any vitals. After the cops radioed for paramedics, they came inside and asked me about what happened. I told them about being woken up and hearing a noise, but that was all I could tell them. I also briefly mentioned getting gifts every day of December, and wondered out loud if the stranger was my secret Santa. "It's possible," was all the female officer said. When the medics arrived, they found out that the stranger had somehow broken his neck while climbing over my back fence, which was rather perilous to climb, but while checking the body, they found that he had a few items on him that included a knife, a set of twist ties, a large hand towel, and a bottle of chloroform. As if that wasn't enough, they found the keys to a car parked down the street and found his wallet in there. Going through it allowed a quick record search, which revealed that not only was this guy someone I had never seen before in my life, they were also a convicted felon with a history of assault, burglary, and kidnapping. It wasn't too long before everyone finished and left, and I stumbled upstairs to try and get some rest. Not surprisingly, I couldn't. I kept wondering if the stranger really was my secret Santa, but considering the gifts were rather expensive to begin with, there had been 20 days of them, and the guy had driven an old beater car. It just didn't seem to fit. I eventually drifted off into a restless sleep, since it was technically Saturday. That meant I didn't have to get up and go to work, a fact I was grateful for. Waking up late that morning, the memories of last night, seeming hazier by the minute, I took my time rolling out of bed before lumbering to the kitchen and making some coffee. After drinking about half of it, I felt much more alert and was about to make myself some breakfast when I thought of something. If there was a gift this morning, that meant the stranger wasn't my secret Santa. I cautiously crept towards the door, my adrenaline slowly climbing, as I had no idea what to expect. Unlocking the deadbolt, I flung the door open, a blast of cold air meeting me as I did. But that wasn't the biggest chill I got, as sitting right in front of me was a large package, neatly wrapped in silver paper with a matching ribbon and bow. Staring at it for a second, I cautiously picked it up. There was some weight there, but not too much. With surprisingly steady hands, I unwrapped it to reveal a good-sized rectangular box. Taking the lid off, I almost dropped it in shock. It was a revolver, gleaming silver in the light and complete with a set of bullets. Accompanying it was a single piece of paper with a typed note written on it. "Sorry I missed a day. That guy paying you a visit interrupted things. This is in case someone ever tries something like that again, and I can't stop them. From your secret Santa."
During the Christmas season, everyone is happy and cheerful. Everyone but me. I don't think I could ever be happy during this time of the year again, ever since what happened a few years ago. Anyway, I think the year was 2015. It was Christmas Eve. My parents and I were getting ready for the Christmas party the next day. I was making sure the house was nice enough for the party when I saw something out of the corner of my eye. I turned and saw a man outside my house. He was looking at me through a window. Before I had time to get a good look at him, he ran away. I went outside to find him, but I found no traces. Since there was no snow outside, he left no footprints. I thought that it may have been one of our neighbors, so I let him get away. I decided that if I saw him again, I'd call the cops. Everything seemed normal until the next day, Christmas. My aunts, uncles, and cousins came. It just so happened that it was snowing outside, so my cousin, Raymond, who had never seen snow before since he lives on the other side of the country, went outside to play in it. He was out there for a few minutes when we wanted him to come back inside. I looked everywhere in the yard to find him. Since there was snow, I was able to find footprints leading into a forest near our house. What alarmed me was that there were 2 sets of footprints. There was no one outside with him, so I began to wonder who on earth it was. I then noticed that the footprints were arranged. It appeared that either he was being chased or he was chasing someone. I knew that he could be in danger, so I went into the forest to find him. I was walking in the forest for what was probably 10 minutes, when I saw something red behind some bushes. I got closer and saw what it was. It was a man with a red coat carrying a big sack. It looked an awful lot like Santa, but I knew it wasn't him. I had to ask him if he's seen Raymond, so I shouted out to him, "Hey you." He turns towards me. It wasn't Santa. It was a beardless man who appeared to be in his 30s or 40s. "What?" he shouts in a not very nice tone. "I'm looking for a teenage boy. He has black hair, blue jeans, and a olive green jacket." Even though this man and I were 50 feet away, I could see his brows raising when I said that. He says, "Oh, in that case, I'm looking for you." I got a little frightened by that statement, but I didn't run. I just stood there. The man got closer. I could see more details of him, more horrifying details. He had a huge scar on his face, a machete, and a huge boot knife. The scariest thing was that his coat wasn't red. It was originally a lighter color, but it appeared that it was stained by a crimson red substance. He drops the sack in front of me. He looks at me with his unnaturally gray eyes. "The name's Kris Kringle. Merry Christmas." After that was said, he runs away into the forest. I'd never seen a human run that fast. I looked back down at the sack. I noticed that there appeared to be blood coming from the bottom of it. I was a little hesitant to open it, but I did anyway. I was disgusted and horrified to see what was inside. It was Raymond's dismembered body. His head and foot were towards the top of the sack. Something was carved into them. On his head, "I see you when you're sleeping. I know when you're awake. And you better watch out, or you'll look like this someday," was carved onto his foot. I ran home as fast as I could. I told my family what happened and called the police. For my family's sake, I never showed them Raymond's body. Still, my Uncle Jack and Aunt Amanda, Raymond's parents, were devastated. The police couldn't find the man, and they still can't. I really hope they find him soon, because I've been starting to catch glimpses of the man out of the corner of my eye whenever I'm outside. I'm afraid I'm on his list. If you have seen this man before, or if you have any idea who he could be, let me know.
Jessie looked at me in wonderment, Christmas lights twinkling above our head. Jessie had been a much sought-after blessing, one that we had paid thousands for, and years in agonizing treatments and trials. Jessie was testament that miracles could happen, and she was a gift that kept giving to us. The snow started to tumble delicately down, flakes settling with abandonment where they fell. It couldn't have been more perfect, the ideal Christmas setting. Life was a bounty of beauty and serenity. We were entranced in a Hallmark movie scene, watching Michael with our daughter. Wine in hand, I couldn't feel more content. I didn't know if the flush was from the wine or being present in the moment. I was so entranced that I failed to hold the glass tight enough and the red wine escaped the shattered glass, pooling at Michael's feet. But it wasn't red wine and Michael was no longer standing. The liquid was too thick. How did it get up the walls? Why was it sprayed up the fire? Convulsion enveloped me as a scream escaped from my mouth. Why was Michael on the floor? Why was Jessie now slumped over him? Jessie, my beautiful Jessie. I tried to get out of my chair, but I felt that I was being pushed back. The lights were brighter over my head. Why couldn't I get to Jessie? 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 I was screaming as everything faded to black. The snow tumbled with abandon as I looked out of the window. Michael passed me a glass of wine as I watched our beautiful Jessie underneath the Christmas lights. She was laughing, her eyes twinkling, as she gently fingered the dress of the angel. I saw her jump up to her daddy, as she waited to be balanced on his shoulders. As they put the angel on the tree, I laughed with them. Happiness surrounded our family as we relished our Christmas tradition. The wine escaped from my hand as I moved to help Jessie return to the ground. It spilled across the floor, surrounding the fire, and seemed to flood the walls with its red spray. I watched in horror as I looked around and saw Jessie slumped over her father. Her new dress seemed to be stuck to her body, like she'd worn it wet.
I seemed to realize I was screaming her name as Michael tried to talk, blood bubbling from his lips. I tried to reach him, help him, save him from what I didn't understand, but I couldn't seem to move. I was walking through nothingness, screaming his name as everything faded to black. I was sitting somewhere I didn't recognize. There was no snow at the window. There was no tree or fire. Fear ran through my body. Where was I? I tried to lift my hands, but they were strapped to the arms of the chair. Screams erupted from my mouth as I begged for Michael and Jesse. Where were they? Where was I? The only thing I could taste was my fear. The door I hadn't even noticed, to the left, opened. Screaming again, I begged to be let go. Where's Jesse? Where's Michael? I cried out. A man entered and grabbed a chair from the wall and sat down in front of me. Terror washed over me. A familiarity of this man made my bladder empty its contents. I was scared into silence as he began to talk. Anne-Marie, don't be scared. We have been through this and you know who I am. Bewilderment continued to mute me as I watched his lips start to move again. Anne-Marie, we can't keep going through this. It's been 17 years. You were in the Arundel Mental Hospital, and you are safe. He took another breath as I began to scrape the wood underneath my hands. You are restrained for your own safety, so please don't try to rip them off again. It will hurt you, and you will be sedated. Looking at my arms, I see unfamiliar white lines and scratches. Some old and some appeared new. Dried blood had appeared to pool at the bottom of my wrists. Anne-Marie, he began, his voice startling me to the present again. We need to discuss the screaming in your room, calling for Michael and Jesse. You know they aren't there. You know what happened that day. You know it was you who had the knife and confronted Michael and Jesse at the Christmas tree. I started to scream again. I know I called their names. I screamed a scream so visceral, I knew it could all fade away. But it didn't fade to black. He was still opposite me. I was still strapped in the chair, and the dawning of my realization was written all over his face.
My daughter Ezra pointed it out when we were sitting in the living room. I was watching a Christmas special air on the television while she was busy entertaining herself with her Rubik's Cube and several other complicated puzzles that she enjoyed. The white specks rapidly descended outside, as promised by the weather forecasters earlier that day. So the best place to be was indoors, where it was nice and toasty. Dad, the walls are singing. My attention briefly shifted towards her, but I was still focused on the ongoing special. What was that again, honey? The walls are singing. They are? I questioned, grabbing the remote on the table. I lowered the volume and strained my ears to listen. Sure enough, I could hear the faintest tune of a song I could not recognize, emanating from within the wall directly next to Ezra. The abrupt sounds resembled someone softly playing handbells, each ring a gentle jingle that passed through the wall. I stood up and ordered Ezra to back away from the wall, worried that there might be a person behind it. One could never tell these days. I alerted my wife, who immediately came into the room from the kitchen. I pointed towards the wall and asked her to listen. She was just as confused as I was. Hold on to Ezra, I told her as I went to go grab the toolbox in my garage. I came back clutching a hammer, the knuckles on my fingers turning white and brimming with sweat. I neared the wall as the music got louder, the ringing altering in progression. I stopped for a second before placing one of my ears on the smooth surface. My skin made contact with the cold paint, but it suddenly felt a wave of warmth once it was directly on top of the music. I could feel the tremors from the bells, unique ripples that scattered like drops of water. I then backed away and swung my hammer into the partition with full force multiple times. Moments later, several white fragments were scattered on the carpet as I stared into the gaping hole that I had created. The melody had stopped from my intrusion, and once I peered into the cramped space, my eyes were met with the inner fortifications that kept the wall itself up, and a whole shower of dust and debris. I was relieved I did not stumble upon a person for that matter. I searched for hours after that, and was not able to find any bells to speak of. Any angry glare from my wife later forced me to call it quits. I had not only a driveway to clean up from the snowfall that next morning, but also an obvious void in my living room to tend to. However, the music did not end there. The bells continued to ring in the walls every night after that day. Each time, it was at a different location in the house, and it always began at midnight. Whenever I checked inside the wall, I could not find anything that seemed to be causing the noise. I tried referring to the internet for a solution to this unusual phenomena, and ended up returning empty-handed. I was also reluctant to question neighbors due to the fear of sounding crazy, and the reality of them not believing me at all. After that, we had moved in a couple of months ago, and I did not want to start off on the wrong foot. Honestly, the bells themselves were not as big of a disturbance as I thought they would be. The songs were quite serene, embodying the slowness of a lullaby and lasting for short periods of time. They seemed to produce an aura of wonder and imagination. I felt myself slipping into an enchantment in certain instances, picturing many lifelike memories that came to my mind unconsciously. Except, they weren't my memories. I briefly saw myself standing in what appeared to be a small, well-lit shop. The vivid aroma of cinnamon hit me first, before the sweet smells of hard candy and steaming hot chocolate. I saw the pointy green tree in the wooden corner, lined with multi-tinted ornaments, red and blue canes, and a colored star that cast wisps of light that danced on the ceiling. Toys of all shapes and sizes lined the walls on long shelves, facing towards me on either side. What caught my eye next were the rows of bells situated above the toys, and each of them looked unique, with distinct patterns etched into them. They all rung in unison, playing the same familiar songs on repeat. I had experienced these mirages enough times for the images to be ingrained in my head, and I could not tell if that was a good thing. I noticed that Ezra had become acclimated to the bells as well, memorizing different tunes and humming them before she went to sleep. The bells soon became a routine part of our lives, even though our countless questions remained unanswered and our curiosity still lingered, until about a week later. While asleep in my bedroom, I was awoken to the sound of a sharp thud in the middle of the night. It was soon followed by footsteps and shuffles from downstairs. I assumed it was my wife since she occasionally goes down to get a glass of water, but when I felt her sleeping next to me, my heart began to race. The footsteps had reached somewhere near the bottom of the stairwell when I started to get out of bed. I knew it could not have been Ezra, since she always came into our room when she needed to go downstairs. Someone else was in our house. I woke my wife up just as I heard squeaks echo up the stairs. I told her to dial 911 as I frantically looked around for an object to use as a weapon. My hands shaking, I grasped a metal ruler lying on the desk in our room and prepared to exit into the hallway. Before the adrenaline could push me past the door, the ringing from the bell started. I was expecting the same old faint jingle from beforehand. It was nothing like that. The bells blared throughout the entire house, the noise resounding from all directions. I was shoved back into the room from the rapid velocity of the uproar. The very foundations of the home quivered under its intensity. It was the roar of a stadium combined with the swarm of a rock concert. I felt as if I was trapped underneath the largest bell in the world, such as the ones you can see on top of towering cathedrals. The door to Ezra's room opened, and she darted towards us as the noise began to subside, streams pouring from her eyes. I hugged her close and gave her to my wife. I needed to see if the intruder was still there. My eardrums reverberating and my body still trembling, I went out into the hallway holding the ruler. I turned on the lights and checked every other door. I then slowly descended the stairwell and stood on the landing, peering into the living room. I noticed that the door was cracked open and several other household items were turned over in a frenzied mess. I thankfully saw no one that night. Officers arrived minutes later, and we recounted the entire situation to them, leaving out the parts about the bells, of course. After a thorough investigation was conducted, they stationed patrols in the neighborhood and told us to board up the damage as best as we could. We never heard the bells again in the ensuing nights. Silence had taken its place. 2 weeks later, they arrested the intruder. The criminal had committed a homicide where 2 innocent victims were violently murdered during an attempted apartment robbery. I wondered how that night would have played out for my family if the bells were not there to scare him off. I always shuddered at the thought. As the dates passed, Ezra kept asking why the walls were not singing. I missed them, Dad. Her tiny lips were wrapped up in a frown. I told her I didn't know, and frankly, That was the cold truth. I tried to make an excuse, though she simply would not buy it. Do you miss them? She finally looked up at me, her brown eyes on the verge of tears. I nodded. As much as I tried to deny it, I missed them too. Then came one particular morning. I had noticed a knock at the front door, and upon opening it, I was greeted to the sight of a young man standing on the porch, holding a stack of cards in his hands. Hi, I'm Mark. He handed me one of the cards. This is an invitation for our annual gathering for Mr. Grant's memorial. It will take place at the end of the week. All the info is on the card. Mr. Grant? I inquired, studying the card. There was a photo of an older gentleman printed on the front side. He wore circular glasses, a soft smile, and a neatly trimmed gray beard. You must be new around here, huh? Yeah, I answered. My family's from upstate, and we bought this house only a couple of months ago. Ah, I see. Mark kicked off the snow from his boots. That makes sense. He pointed his finger at the picture. To answer your question, that's Mr. Grant. Best person I've met in my entire life. Practically everyone in this town knows him. Growing up, I used to go to his little shop every day with all the other kids. He loved children. His shop had everything you could dream of. Toys, candy, and decorations for each holiday. If there wasn't something you liked, he could make it for you. Mr. Grant could do anything. That man made us believe in ourselves. Where's the shop at? That shop used to be here, where your house is right now. I'm pretty sure the Builders Association took up the property and reallocated it for residential homes. There was even a whole riot about it. He sighed. I just wish I could visit it one more time, just to hear the bells. My ears perked up. Wait, what bells? Mr. Grant's bells. He had them lined up all around his shop. They played these cool tunes that no one could figure out. I'd like to think he made the songs up himself. To keep us always guessing, it was my favorite part of the shop. My mouth slightly hung open. I couldn't believe it. What happened to Mr. Grant? Mark paused. Sadly, old age got the better of him. His heart gave out while he was asleep. I'm so sorry about that. No need to be sorry, he acknowledged. It's been many years, but none of us could ever forget what happened during the week he passed away. What happened? Some of the townspeople claimed they could hear bells ringing the very night that followed Mr. Grant's funeral. No one could pinpoint the source of the harmonious music, since it seemed to be echoing all around the block. But one thing was clear. He leaned in, whispering. The bells were playing Mr. Grant's favorite tunes, the same beautiful melodies we used to hear in his little toy shop.
Let me just get this out of the way now. I'm a grown-ass man who has no friends or family within a 200-mile radius. No, it's not because of work or school. It's simply a conscious choice. I just don't like people. I'm sure my bitch of a wife and judgmental father can be blamed for that. I have anger issues myself, but at least I acknowledge my flaws. Call me a Scrooge, Grinch, or Grouch. I don't give a damn, but what you can't call me is crazy. I know what's been happening is real, and I feel utterly powerless to stop it. It started a week ago. I trudged like a zombie to my kitchen to start my day with a fresh cup of joe. As I yawned, taking my first sip, I noticed something in the living room. I jumped and cursed as I spilled hot coffee down my front. I threw my mug into the sink in frustration, ignoring the resounding crash as I bent low in self-defense. Fists raised feebly. That's when I realized that there wasn't a person in my house. It was a Christmas tree. Or something that was supposed to look like a Christmas tree. The tree was half dead, the smell of rotting pines assaulting my nostrils. I nearly gagged, wondering how I hadn't noticed it before. I could see termites scurrying all over the damn thing. Malcolm. It had to have been Malcolm, my landlord. No one else had a key to my apartment, and I wouldn't put it past him to play a prank on me like this. Still, this was not funny. I planned to call him and give him a piece of my mind. First, though, I had to get rid of the tree. I spent nearly half an hour hauling the big-ass thing out of my apartment and down to the side of the road, cursing and covered in termites. I called Malcolm and left him a wordy voicemail. Then I went to work and forgot about the little prank. Until the next day. The tree was back in my apartment, but now it had been adorned in rusty, busted-out Christmas lights. The odor was not nearly as sour as my attitude as I called Malcolm again. I demanded he come to my apartment. When he got there, he acted as though he had no clue how the tree had gotten into my home. He asked if I had any friends or family that had come into town. Upset that he was playing dumb, I threatened to talk to his superiors if this were to happen again. Malcolm once again assured me that this was not his doing, but he would change my locks and help me get the tree out of my dwelling. I could smell the tree as soon as I woke up the next morning. Furious, I threw my bedroom door open and stormed into the living room. The tree was back, busted lights, pentagram-shaped star and all. But now there was something under the tree as well. A box wrapped in blue wrapping paper. I had had enough. I called the cops. The cops took the gift, considering it was a suspicious package, and left an officer to watch over my apartment for the night. I got a call from work later that day from one of the officers down at the station. The gift box had contained a human finger. They were gonna need me for questioning. This had gone from annoying to immediately concerning rather quickly. After spending hours at the police station, the officers advised me to find a hotel to stay in. I did, and guess what I woke up to see the next day? The same Christmas tree. There was another box underneath, this one decked in purple wrapping. I thought that I was losing my mind. In an anxiety-induced craze, I ripped open the gift rather than calling the cops again. There was a whole hand this time, though it was missing the ring finger. I didn't call the cops this time. I set the tree and the box ablaze after hauling them into a secluded area. I sped back home and began grabbing my most important possessions. I told Malcolm that I was breaking my lease, and there was nothing he could do to stop me. Then I set off on the road, driving for hours and hours, before finally pulling over to at least get a nap. When I awoke, I found a new box beside me. Though I didn't want to open it, I could hear a woman's voice in my ear, urging me to do so. I tore the box open and nearly vomited. A whole arm had been crammed inside. I have been getting a new body part every day. I am confessing to you that I recognize them very well. I don't know if the police are after me, but I'd rather be caught by them if we're being honest. I don't think it will save me. I murdered my wife last Christmas, but I suppose she wants some company this year.
As kids, my brother and I were always told that without cookies, Santa wasn't happy. That was one of the main reasons it became our tradition, that of putting cookies and a glass of milk on our small living room table. We have been doing it for years, and even now, I was 16, I still plan on doing it next Christmas. It all started on Christmas Eve. That day was a long and boring one, me being on break and all. I had no plans that afternoon. It was about 4 p.m. when I decided I was going to make cookies. My family wasn't home yet, and I had plenty of time to bake something. I'd almost forgotten about that old Christmas tradition, and I had my mind set on baking those cookies. My mom loved to bake, so I wasn't really worried about missing ingredients when I went looking for them. I was in the middle of the process when it started snowing. I knew it would get bad in about an hour, so I called my parents and asked them when they would be back. My dad answered quickly and told me they would be back the next morning because the risk of a snowstorm was imminent, which wasn't a surprise. I thought I would make the best of the situation and started setting up my game console, my bowl of chips, and everything I needed to stay up late. Right when I was taking the cookie tray out of the oven, my brother burst in through the front door. Holy shit, man, it's going to be a big one. His rain jacket was covered in a layer of snow, and he was shivering. The fact that he left with shorts on this morning just made it worse. My brother Tristan was 18. He was going to college next year, so he tried to spend as much time with family as he could. He didn't have any job yet, so he just stuck around most of the time. Smells like cookies, he said. sniffing the living room air. It did indeed smell like good cookies. I was never really good at cooking, but I could bake something nice whenever I followed the directions carefully. We got it all except the milk. It ran out. I said as I brought in the warm cookie tray and set a few of them on a plate on the living room table. "That sucks," he said, as he picked up a controller and turned on the console. I did as well, and we stayed up till about 11 playing video games and eating greasy snacks. Tristan decided he would go to bed earlier, because he had been playing soccer all day with his friends and was tired. So I let him go and continued playing some of my favorite games till midnight. At about that time, the heater stopped working, and the house got really cold. It was a common problem in my household, hence all the thick feather blankets we kept in our basement. I decided it was late anyway, so I headed to the basement to grab some blankets and went up the stairs quickly to my room in the comfort of my bed. I felt too tired to get up and brush my teeth, so I slowly dozed off, enjoying the warmth of my 4 big blankets. I had no idea what time it was, but I was woken up by screaming. I frantically jumped out of bed into my brother's room, where he was in his bed fast asleep. I stood there a minute wondering what the hell could have made that noise, before I sighed in relief as I realized I had left the TV on downstairs. As I was heading to the top of the stairs, I decided I would run back to the nightstand table to grab the empty glass always kept there whenever I was thirsty. My mouth had that foul taste you get when you eat something sweet just before bed, and I wanted to wash it out. As my feet padded down the stairway, I thought I could hear the faintest sound of somebody whispering. I brushed it off as my tired mind making stuff up, and walked into the living room where the TV was. As I was turning it off, I once again heard that faint whispering. A bit creeped out now, I quickly headed into the kitchen, trying to keep it out of my mind. As I was filling up my glass of water, fear washed over me when I heard a loud thump in the living room. I froze in my spot, holding my half-empty glass and trying hard to not freak out. There it was again. Thump. I silently crossed the kitchen to the doorway that led into the living room, trying to discover the source of the noise. What happened next was terrifying. Now, the fireplace was actually quite small, as well as my chimney, and my dad had installed a small metal grate at the top that impeded small animals from coming inside. It seemed impossible for a grown man to fit in that tight spot. Nevertheless, I saw a large black boot burst out into the fireplace, followed by another, sending ash falling all over the living room couches. The boots seemed way too big to fit an average-sized adult, and as the boots gave way to legs, I realized they were also just as disproportionate. What followed was even worse. 2 massive arms, ending in white clean gloves, burst out and finished the job, freeing the thing's huge body from my small fireplace. I stood hidden in horror, observing the thing's body. It was dressed in the classic red robe, boots, and gloves that the Santa we know dressed in. But that was the one thing it had in common with him. The beard was replaced by a large mass of limp white tentacles, followed by a toothy grin, a huge nose, and lifeless white eyes. It seemed to sniff the air, catching a scent as it paced around the living room. Despite its huge body, it didn't seem to make a noise with each footstep. At what seemed like 8 feet tall, it loomed over the cookies I had left out on the living room table. In a slow motion, it picked the plate up and ate all 3 cookies whole. The thing snapped its fingers, and a giant red sack materialized beside it. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It slowly untied the tough nut on the top of the bag and stuck its hand into the sack's depths. It pulled something large out bit by bit. I couldn't exactly tell what it was until I heard a thud, and saw that it was holding a huge copper-looking tool, seeming like it was part sledgehammer and part axe. I saw that it was stained by black, thick pooling liquid, and it looked pretty damn heavy. I will never forget what it did next. With a low, demonic voice, it said my name. At that moment, I knew I was screwed. Although I couldn't hear the thing's footsteps, I could hear its weapon slowly dragging across the floor in the direction of the kitchen, my hiding place. I was hiding behind my kitchen counter, which was in the middle of the kitchen, where my only way out was through the back door that led into my backyard. I was in a panic trying to think clearly when I heard it say,
"You're on the naughty list, Daniel."
At that moment, I decided I would make a run for it. I dashed out of the back door, slamming it hard behind me, and alerting the thing to my escape. My initial thought was running to my neighbor's home to call the police, but then I realized that my brother was still asleep upstairs. I would have to turn back to his room to wake him up. Realizing I still had an empty glass in my hand, I thought up a plan. It was quite risky. I would hide in the large flower bush in my backyard, wait for the thing to burst out of the kitchen, and throw the glass to the wall on the opposite side of the yard, hopefully misleading it, allowing me to run back inside. As I waited in the scented bush, I could hear the thing turning the doorknob and pushing the door open. As it was opening the door, I threw the glass as hard as I could to the wall, shattering it and hopefully giving my brother a wake-up call. I ran across the cold grass in my yard and shut the door, catching a last glimpse of the horror in my garden. I locked it with the key that was always on the kitchen counter and stumbled into the living room. As I was running to the bottom of the stairs, I tripped over the sack and fell onto the wooden floor, spilling its contents onto the carpet. As I was getting up, I turned around and gasped in horror as I saw what it contained. 3 human heads laid spread out on the living room carpet, with a red ribbon on each bloody stump that would have been their necks. I was even more horrified when I realized one of the heads belonged to my neighbor. I tried to forget about what I saw as I clumsily ran up the stairs, 2 at a time. As I expected, my brother was already awake and seemed pretty confused, sitting at the foot of his bed. I was about to explain everything when a sound downstairs chilled me. It was the back door. Whatever it was had broken down the kitchen door, and I could barely hear the rough drag of its weapon on the kitchen tiles. "Call 911 was the only thing to come to mind as I shouted at my brother. Shit, he said as he fumbled through his pockets and under his bed sheets, desperately looking for his phone. He grabbed his hair in frustration as he said, "I think I left it on the couch downstairs." I knew it was suicide to be in the same room that thing was in, but my brother, in a surprisingly calm voice, said, "I need you to make it a distraction so I can safely get to my phone on the first floor. Just make sure the burglar can't see you." As he handed me a Swiss Army knife he kept laying around his room. "You don't understand," I choked out. "It's not a burglar." Nevertheless, he crawled out of the room silently without saying a word, and went into the bathroom near the stairwell. I figured this was probably our only chance of surviving, so I summed up the little courage I had and threw a paperweight at a family picture frame outside in the hall, praying to God the sound of breaking glass would be enough to trick the thing into thinking I was somewhere else but in this room. After a few seconds, I heard the slow dragging turn into rapid bumping. As the giant weapon was hauled up the stairs, I would forever remember the fear coursing through my veins as I watched the shadow cross past the doorframe from under my brother's bed. I could hear it clearly, taunting me.
"Daniel, I know you're afraid. You shouldn't be.
There was a short pause.
I know you've seen me."
In the same low, demonic tone he finished it.
"I can't let that happen."
I stopped breathing as it entered my brother's room. The only source of light was Tristan's vaporizer, which emitted a dull orange glow. I could see as 2 large boots stopped right in front of the bed I was hiding under. I realized that I was going to die, and regretted following this stupid plan in the first place. The eerie glow the vaporizer gave off was just enough to see the thing slowly get onto its knees, then on all fours, and look under the bed, staring into my soul with those lifeless white eyes. It said,
"I still have room in my sack, Daniel."
As it set its weapon on the floor and reached under the bed with its huge arm. I knew it was the end. There was nothing left I could do, except try to resist the inhuman grasp of this thing, clinging on to every last bit of strength I had. Now, everyone makes mistakes, some big and some almost insignificant. It's hard to think that some of these mistakes can save our life. In this instance, the mistake was on it. The creature did not realize it was left in a vulnerable position, and I watched as my brother doused the thing's robes in gasoline. Just as it turned around, Tristan set the thing aflame with a spark from the lighter in his hand. As its grip on my wrist was released, I crawled out from under the bed and took out the pocket knife. It seemed like it was barely in pain, even after being engulfed in flames, but its state gave me an opportunity, and I took it. In a swift motion, I stabbed the thing in the stomach, before it started to ooze a vicious black liquid all over Tristan's room. Through the sound of the fire crackling and the thing's loud groans, I could hear police sirens in the distance. Knowing the thing was far from dead, we ran out of the room and slammed the door, barricading it with a solid wooden bookshelf, provoking multiple bashes against the door, eventually splintering it down the middle. Tristan and I made it outside to meet the duo of police officers, and I told them everything. As expected, they didn't believe one bit, but they still took out their handguns and went in through the front door, inspecting every corner of the house. Eventually they came out and told us that there was no traces of a giant sledgehammer, a sack full of severed heads, and surprisingly, a body. The only physical remains inside my room was a pile of coal. Nevertheless, the evidence of the broken doors and smashed glass was enough to rule it off as a break-in, and seeing we were alone for the night, they were stationed outside till the early morning, where they eventually left to their own homes to celebrate Christmas with their families. My parents came back at about 6 a.m., and in a panic, my mother asked what had happened. I hesitated, and in the end, I told her it seemed like there was a break-in, but that the cops took care of it. Christmas went on as normal in my household, opening gifts, eating a big breakfast, and spending time with family, but I couldn't get the events of last night out of my head, and I knew my brother couldn't either. I knew that if we told my family or friends, they were likely to not believe us, so I felt hopeless and decided to post this here, in some hopes of getting it out there, still with lots of questions in mind. What was that thing? How did it know my name? And why were my neighbors missing? It started as just a harmless, but slightly mean gesture that definitely wasn't planned. A few of my friends and I went to our local mall to shop for Christmas presents, and later take pictures with Santa. We stood in the line with screaming toddlers and antsy young kids for what felt like almost 2 hours, until it was finally our turn. We all gathered around the mall Santa, and I asked if I could sit on his lap for the picture that we were paying for. After a few awkwardly long moments, he turned cold eyes on me and said, "Absolutely not." I thought that the picture that in my head would be funny, and I wasn't entirely sure that he wasn't joking, so I tried to describe the hilarious image that I had thought of. He responded again with a hard, "No, no way." The crying from the kids in the line was growing louder, so I just went along and smiled at the elf taking the picture, even though I was a bit upset. Once the picture was taken, I was feeling a little bit irritated and a bit more embarrassed at his outright refusal. Why had he been so cold and standoffish to me? Is it really only appropriate for mall Santas to pose with young kids? I know that my actions were childish, but I reacted without thinking. I stood in front of Santa, and, using my body to shield the kids in line, I tugged on Santa's beard a bit, and whispered harshly, "You're not that convincing of a Santa anyway, and not very jolly either." His beard didn't budge much, but I saw his cheeks go red, and I quickly walked away while my friend dealt with the pictures. I went home that evening slightly embarrassed by my reaction, and figured that was the end of it, but obviously, it wasn't. That night I woke up to the screeching sound of a chair scraping against the hardwood floor, followed by light footsteps making their way through my apartment. My heart thudded in my chest as I jumped from my bed, grabbing my phone before locking myself in the bathroom. As I dialed 911, I could hear the footsteps moving down the hall towards my bedroom. I guess shitty thin apartment walls are good for at least one thing, right? When the operator answered, I frantically blurted out that someone had broken into my apartment and gave my address. The footsteps were crossing my bedroom now, toward the bathroom door. But there was something else, a high-pitched giggling. I pulled the phone away from my ear as both sounds drew closer, and soon it was nothing but giggling outside of the bathroom door. "Naughty, naughty, on the naughty list," came a hushed voice through the door. "What?" I called back, my voice sounding shrill even to my own ears. "So naughty, we'll get coal," another voice sounded out. Then the giggling resumed, 2 voices ringing out so clearly and yet so in sync. "Come on, Jamie, open the door," one high-pitched voice called out, interspersed with the second voice saying, "Jamie naughty, naughty list." There was a horrible screeching, scratching on the door. It sounded like fingernails on a chalkboard. Constant, non-stop. They were scraping against the door using something Their fingernails. A tool? I had no idea. It was definitely horrible to listen to. But at the same time, one of the first thoughts in my mind was if I would lose my security deposit over this. The crooning, giggling, and scratching lasted for at least a minute straight. I whispered to the operator that the intruder was right outside of the door, and the giggling suddenly turned into straight laughter. "Oh, come on now, Jamie. Open the door," exclaimed one voice as the other said. "Naughty list. Come on. We just want to talk about the naughty list." The doorknob began to jiggle, slightly a bit. Then full-on rattling. Constant rattling up and down as if trying to rip the knob from its proper place. I got down on my hands and knees and looked through the crack underneath the door. There were two people. Two sets of feet, clad in what appeared to be green-pointed shoes, with a puffy ball on top. One of the set of feet hopped up and upon landing began to spin as the other feet started to dance a jig of some sort. Come out, wherever you are," one high-pitched voice cried out, accompanied by the constant giggling of the other. Suddenly the set of feet that was spinning stopped and, in just an instant, instead of feet I was staring into a large, unblinking eye. "I see you, Jamie. Come on out and play." I pulled my face away from the crack under the door quickly, backing up until I was against the bathtub. I could still see, could still sense the person peering at me. Knobbed fingers reached out from underneath the door, stretching toward me with unnaturally long, cracked, yellow fingernails. "Jamie, come on back here. It's all in the Christmas spirit. Open the door and accept that you're on the naughty list. Why don't you?" I stayed silent for what was only minutes, but felt like a lifetime. I don't even know how long it was before something slid underneath the bathroom door, and footsteps began to retreat through my bedroom and down the hallway. "I think they're leaving," I said aloud, hoping that the operator could still hear me as I crawled and grabbed the paper. It was painted green with red and white Christmas ornaments painted on the front. When I opened the folded paper, scrawled out in beautiful alternating red and green calligraphy, was the following message: "Someone has been naughty. Yes, you have not been nice. Santa was uncomfortable. You made him say no twice. And then you made a joke of him in front of kids today, but we elves love our Santa, so for this slight you shall pay." I was dumbfounded to say the least. When the police arrived, I showed them the note and told them about my admittedly rude response to the mall Santa. The police apparently questioned Santa extensively, but he swore that he wasn't close to the mall elves that he worked with. He also stated that the elves that he worked with wore red rounded toe shoes with a bow, not green pointed shoes with a puff ball on top. I'm afraid to go to bed tonight.
For the past 2 years, I've been studying abroad in Italy, but 3 nights ago, I returned home to Minnesota for Christmas break. Upon my return, I was greeted by my aunt and my 3 cousins, as well as my mother. My mother mentioned to me a few months in advance that they had been staying there for a while as their rental contract had run out on their apartment, and my uncle had been absent from July. My aunt had barely any money left, and I couldn't pick up a job since one of my cousins was only 5.5 months old. As I entered the living room that day, I noticed that everyone had put up the tree without me, even though there was still 2 weeks to go before Christmas. It offended me a little, but the kids didn't want to wait. My mom offered to take my bags up to my room immediately when she saw the disappointed look on my face. I followed her up there because I didn't want to be bombarded with the chaos my cousins usually bring with them. I was completely shocked when we walked straight past my bedroom and over to the loft staircase. I asked my mom why we were heading that way, and she set the bags on the floor, slowly turning around. Her face was bright red, and I recall her saying, "Well, your aunt needs a little bit more space, honey. She's used to sleeping in a bigger bed, and I can't imagine putting her on the couch, so we had to move you up to the loft. You understand, don't you? You've been sleeping on a cot in Italy anyway. It's exactly the same." After saying that, my mom turned back around, grabbed my luggage, and trudged up the loft stairs. No, our loft staircase does not have a door at the bottom, just one at the top which doesn't have a lock. That night was freezing cold. The loft window doesn't have a seal on it because it's centuries old. My cot bed had a broken spring, no topper, and it was made of the most uncomfortable green mesh. At least my mom had the decency to give me a spare comforter. I lay on the cot begrudgingly as I thought about my aunt and how she was living it up in my cozy room. The next day was fine. Everyone pitched in for Christmas groceries at the store. We played Jenga later at home, and no one knocked over Mom's planter this week. I took myself to bed early and decided to read my notes for my January exams. As I was around halfway through the third page, I noticed my mom is standing in the doorway holding a large, flat, rectangular box. I asked her what exactly she was about to do with that, but before I could even open up my mouth, she set it down against the door frame. "I love you, honey," she said before leaving quickly. I shuffled over to the box and hastily laid it down, tore off the wrapper, and gently wiggled the item out. A mirror. She got me a mirror. I already had a mirror in my room, and it was a lot prettier than this one. This mirror looked like it was stolen from an old woman's attic. I'm not really that much of an ungrateful person, so I hung it up on the wall adjacent to the cot bed and went to sleep. In the middle of the night, the mirror fell off the wall, snapping me out of a nightmare. I was grateful, honestly, because my dream was horrifying. Anyway, I hung the mirror back up, thinking to myself about how I could prop it up on something the next day. The very next morning, the mirror was still on the wall, but facing the other way around. I went downstairs to ask my mother if she had moved it, explained how it fell from the wall once already, but she cut me off. My mother said that she had no idea there was a mirror in the loft. I paused. For a second, I thought she was kidding, but she went on to tell me that her and my aunt had fallen asleep on the couch shortly after I went upstairs, and my cousins had been throwing Christmas ornaments at each other all night. She really didn't know about the mirror. I ran back to my loft, and to my surprise, the mirror was now the right way around on the floor. I picked it up and put it back where it was last night, but as I did so, I looked into it. I quickly noticed that the scene before me in the mirror was not the loft, and I was not looking back at myself. Instead of my reflection, there was a window-like view of an old woman sat in an armchair. The woman was almost a fully decomposed corpse in a beautiful cottage living room. Her curly gray hair sat on top of her head like a shredded hat. The cottage window next to her was filthy and covered in dust. I was about to rush out of the room when, in the corner of my eye, I noticed movement. I looked as closely as I could, but I couldn't for the life of me find anything around her corpse. My eyes flicked over the chair, and I almost threw up out of fear. Her rotting, bony fingers were still knitting. I dropped the mirror and fainted. When I woke up, I was laid on my couch, my mom hovering over me. She whispered to me, "Sweetie, I'm so sorry. Your great-grandma passed, but we swung by the house today. She made you a gift for your return home. Here you go." I sat up and cautiously unwrapped the gift. It was a homemade scarf. I became one of those parents you feel bad for on Facebook, or back in 2005 MySpace. Our 7-year-old daughter Grace, who seemed to be the next soccer star, had a penny-sized bruise on her right leg from falling down while playing soccer. My wife Gina and I brushed it off as nothing. But as the days went by, the size of the bruise had expanded to nearly her whole leg. Then Gina and I knew there was something wrong. We took Grace to the nearby Lehigh Valley Hospital in Pennsylvania. We were thinking Grace had some type of clotting disorder like hemophilia, but it was actually something that could be viewed as being much worse. After going through a barrage of tests, Grace was diagnosed with an aggressive form of childhood leukemia. After hearing the news, all the trivial things that ever bothered me, like my job, ended. The doctor really didn't sugarcoat it, and basically told us that Grace's chances of survival were slim to none. We had the choice of treating the cancer aggressively or allowing only palliative care, where Grace would knowingly die in weeks, but without the harmful effects of chemotherapy and radiation. We decided to treat the cancer with aggressive chemotherapy, infusions, and radiation. It didn't take long for Grace's hair to fall out, and she remained bedbound at the hospital. Gina stayed with her for most of the days, and I would go visit Grace in the hospital after work. The one Tuesday in mid-December 2005, I was just so heartbroken how weak and how much pain Grace was in that I decided that I needed to take a break and go to the local mall. The doctor's prognosis on Grace's survival has become really poor to the point where they wanted to stop the chemo infusions. I cried the whole day driving to the mall. I questioned why I was alive and what was the purpose of anything. I figured that I would go to the fledgling Strawbridge's department store that my parents used to take me when I was a kid. I walked around the store in despair, and I also had moments of anger. Nowhere in our plans was for our daughter to die at 7 years old. We thought about Grace going to college and whether or not we would allow her to date in high school. But who thinks about their 7-year-old daughter's funeral? As I walked down the aisles, it looked like the department store was close to going out of business because of the lack of merchandise. Down one of the clearance return aisles, I saw what looked like a poorly repacked artificial tree that a customer had returned. I had a thought that maybe I would take a fake tree for Grace. The doctor had talked about allowing Grace to die at home on hospice care. From the cost of the chemo and radiation treatments, and from Gina being out of work, we had taken out so many loans that actually having $5 in my pocket was surprising. I brought the poorly wrapped tree looking thing up to the register. The cashier looked at it and said, "What is this, a lawn ornament or something?" She looked around at the poorly returned package for a barcode or some type of numbers to put into the cash register. She kind of giggled and said, "I don't even think this thing originated from our store. Where did you get this?" I pointed towards the aisle where I got it from and I said, "Over there." The cashier said, "Yeah, that makes sense. We're trying to get everything out of our stockroom that has been sitting around for years." She giggled and then said, "This looks like it's been sitting around for many years, or a customer just dumped it off on the shelf." "Well, I don't know how much to charge you." I said, "How about $5? She giggled again and said, "That's fine." I loaded the package in the car and went home. I wanted some form of normalcy, so I decided to set up the tree versus going back to the hospital. Gina and I had talked about possibly getting a real Douglas fir tree or something, but we didn't want the germs around us that the hospital warned us about from things like plants that would get Grace sick with her weakened immune system. I took the thing out of the poorly wrapped package and I said, "Geez, this thing is in poor shape. How old is this thing?" The tree kind of reminded me of one of the Charlie Brown's episodes, and just how bare it looked. The tree came with lights. As I looked at the lights, I said, "This has to be one of the first artificial trees ever made." The cord looked like it was made before the 1940s. The tree stood a little over 4 feet. It came with a tree topper that I was reluctant to put on top of the tree because it just looked creepy. I don't know if it was supposed to be some type of fallen angel or some type of pagan deity. The pathetic looking tree was complete and I said out loud, "Well, you get what you pay for." I was reluctant to plug in the lights. I didn't know if the lights would explode or if they would cause the electrical outlet to explode from poor wiring. I decided to close my eyes and plug it in anyway. The plug to the tree was wrapped in some type of paper mesh that wouldn't have passed fire codes in the 1950s. I thrusted the cord into the outlet and was thankful I wasn't shocked. The white lights barely came on. They looked like a flashlight that was going to lose power at any moment. I took a step back and thought, well, that's it. I then said to myself, we don't have any presents or anything else to put under the tree. I looked around the house and I really didn't see anything, so I mockingly took off my wedding band and placed it underneath the tree. As I did that, my tree actually got a little brighter. I stood there puzzled thinking, what the heck just happened? I looked for something else to put under the tree. Grace had an unopened toy from her birthday that she didn't want, so I put it under the tree and nothing happened. The lights didn't get any brighter. I then went upstairs to my wife's jewelry box and got the diamond ring that her grandmother had given her, which she was reluctant to sell for money. I put the ring under the tree and once again the tree lights got a little brighter. I sat down on the couch next to the tree and I was just perplexed. A few moments later, the phone rang and Gina sounded really happy and surprised. Gina told me that for the first time in weeks, Grace had enough energy to talk in complete sentences. We said goodbye to each other and I rubbed my hands back and forth through my hair. I thought to myself that before I left the hospital this morning, Grace looked lifeless, and I was actually expecting to hear horrible news from Gina. So I got in my car and rushed down to the hospital.
there was my daughter with her eyes open and actually answering questions, though she was still weak. Felt an overwhelming amount of joy. This was the first time in weeks that Grace had actually shown any signs of improvement. It just didn't make any sense. I saw her with my own 2 eyes this morning. I sat down in the chair next to my daughter's bed. My wife then looked at my left hand and said, "What happened to your ring? You didn't sell it, did you?" I paused for a moment, then I thought to myself, what a coincidence with placing my ring and Gina's grandmother's ring under the tree, and the tree responding with its lights getting brighter. I then thought, did this have anything to do with Grace getting better? I looked at Gina's left hand and said, "Let me borrow your ring?" Gina said, "Why?" I said, "Don't worry about it. I'll tell you later." Gina reluctantly took off her ring and handed it to me. I said goodbye to Grace and Gina and told them I was going to do something at home for a little bit. I got home and put Gina's ring under the tree, and instantaneously the tree got a little brighter. Within a few moments, Gina called again and said,
You're never going to believe this. Grace asked for food. She's actually hungry. The nurse gave her a cracker and she's actually eating it.
I was at a loss for words. I took a step back and looked at the tree. I didn't even know if it was a Christmas tree or something else. I didn't tell anyone regarding the possible healing powers of the tree, not even Gina. I went to my parents' house and I asked them if I could borrow whatever jewelry they had. My parents felt so bad for me with everything that was going on with Grace that they didn't even question my motives. They just gave me whatever jewelry they had. I went home with the jewelry my parents gave me and I put the jewelry under the tree. I waited a few moments and Gina had called back again. This time she was just so hysterical with excitement. She said,
Grace just said she wants to go for a walk. Can you believe this? She actually wants to get up and walk.
"I'll be right there." Then I hung up the phone. I rushed over to the hospital, and when I walked into the nursing unit, it looked like there was just about every doctor in the country there outside my daughter's room. As I got closer, I could hear one of the doctors say, "That little girl was discussed in the morning's meeting. She was expected to die at any time." I rushed past the doctors, and there was my daughter sitting up in bed. Even though she had no hair, she looked completely healthy. I gave her the biggest hug, and Gina and I were crying with delight. A few days went by, and all of the tests the doctors ran came back showing that the cancer had disappeared. The leading cancer doctor in the state of Pennsylvania had come over to look all of Grace's tests over from the beginning. He was completely stunned that not only did the cancer disappear when the chemo and radiation was stopped, but there was no harm that was done to any of Grace's tissues or organs. He said there was actually no way this was possible, but science was always emerging, and this was the very first of its kind. Within a couple of days, Grace was actually coming home for Christmas as a normal, healthy girl, and not to die. Gina has not seen the tree yet. She just didn't want to miss a moment with Grace in the hospital. 2 days before Christmas, Grace actually came home. She was able to walk through the front door on her own. As Grace and Gina got into the living room, they both kind of just looked at the tree. The two of them looked at it almost like a piece of art that they didn't understand what it was. It was such a blessing to watch Grace walk around the house. I had nearly given up all hope. Grace said that she wanted to go to Toys R Us to pick up Christmas presents, so we left the house so she could pick out what she wanted. Someone had donated $300 for Grace for Christmas gifts. After Grace went through the store to pick out what she wanted, I then told Gina to take Grace to a different store so I could purchase the toys. I hid the toys in the trunk of the car and then we drove home. Eventually Grace went to sleep and Gina and I wrapped the presents. I stepped out of the living room, where Gina was wrapping presents, to go into the kitchen to get a glass of water. As I proceeded back to the living room, I heard the most horrible sound a father can hear. It was a loud shrieking sound that came from Grace's room upstairs. It was like her lungs had collapsed and she was gasping for air. The tree lights got dim. I quickly looked at Gina's left hand and I saw her wedding ring when I looked under the tree and saw the ring was missing. I grabbed Gina's left arm and forcibly took the ring off her finger. I then put the ring back under the tree, which instantaneously got brighter again, and at the same time I stopped hearing Grace gasp for air. Gina had a stunned look on her face from me nearly breaking her finger, but we were both more concerned about rushing upstairs to see if Grace was okay.
Grace was okay when we saw her. She was breathing normally. I told her that she just had a bad dream. Gina and I went back downstairs and I told her everything about the tree. She was speechless. She saw with her own eyes of what happened when her ring was taken away from the tree, and when the ring was put back, and how it affected Grace. We decided to kneel in front of the tree to show reverence. We didn't know who we were praying to, either good or evil, but it didn't matter because it was keeping Grace alive. Gina and I would have sold our souls to the devil from day one when we brought Grace to the hospital, if that's what it took to save Grace's life. Christmas morning came, and we decided to put Grace's presents in the kitchen. We just didn't want to create any bad mojo with the tree. After opening the presents, Gina and I knelt in front of the tree for an hour. A couple of days had went by, and Grace started to complain that she felt weak. Gina and I both looked at each other, knowing what needed to be done. We discussed that I would drive to the rich outskirts of Philadelphia to the town of Villanova, which is one of the richest parts of the United States. I parked my car at the Villanova College to help blend in. Then I walked down one of the residential streets. I saw an older lady walking her dog and noticed she had a large diamond ring on. I walked up behind her and told her to give me her ring and to not turn around. The older lady obliged, and I rushed home with the ring and put it under the tree, which gave Grace her strength back. As the months went by, I realized the more valuable the item I put under the tree, the longer Grace stayed healthy. My father was into fine art, and I was talking to him about different art collectors that he knew. He told me of this guy who owned an original Claude Monet painting in the affluent town of Bryn Mawr. He told me they were from a wealthy Jewish family heritage. I staked out the Bryn Mawr house for a month and noticed a pattern of the family going to the temple on Saturdays. My father had personally seen the painting in the Bryn Mawr house, so I knew where to go once I got into the house. I waited for the next Saturday and quickly hurled myself over their fence. I knew by breaking their house window I would set off the house alarm, so I acted quickly, and within 5 minutes, I was able to get the painting out of the house. I made a mad dash back over the fence and ran to my car, which was about a quarter of a mile away. I went home and put the painting under the tree, which really shined brightly after adding the painting. It's been 2 years, and we haven't taken down the tree. Grace has been really healthy, and every cent that Gina and I make goes to the tree.
I work at a freight company in Southwest Ohio on third shift. I'm the yard guy, which means I move trailers and box trucks around the yard and put them into the docks. We had 2 poorly lit lots in the back of the building that I frequently have to walk back to, aptly named Backlot 1 and Backlot 2. This is where the semi-trucks are kept for moving the trailers. I usually keep a headphone in one of my ears to listen to podcasts or music. The other ear is left open, so I can hear if people call me over the radio. Anyways, there have been some coyote sightings on the property lately. This is odd because we are in a warehouse district virtually void of any woodland. I have personally seen a coyote in Backlot 1 once or twice, but it usually keeps its distance. The first time I was in my car driving around the lot to look for trailers left behind, I spotted it out of my driver's side window some ways off. It seemed like a normal coyote, no big deal. The second time seeing the coyote, I was getting out of a semi to hook up a trailer to move. Immediately as I stepped out of the truck, I felt a presence, as if someone was directly behind me. I turned and noticed what looked to be a large, reddish dog staring at me, but from afar, maybe 50 yards away. As I looked closer, I recognized it as the coyote I had spotted before. It was much larger than I remembered. I also took them for skittish animals. I didn't think that they would stare you down like this, but I shrugged it off as a misjudgment of size from the first time, and some territorial behavior. This was around a month or so ago, and I hadn't seen the coyote since, until today.
When I was out moving trailers around this morning, I felt that presence again, but this time that feeling of being watched was amplified by a sense of dread, as if there was a predator actively hunting me. Look, sometimes I can be paranoid. Some of the podcasts that I listen to certainly don't help with that, but knowing this about myself, I tried to put it out of my mind, turned on some music, and went about my business. Fast forward to around 2 a.m., I dropped off one of the trailers in backlot 1 and got out of the truck to crank down the dolly legs. That's when I heard someone call my name. Mike, the voice, had a bit of static undertone, like it came from the radio. I picked up the radio to call my boss. "Anybody call for me?" He responded a simple, "Nope." Like I said before, I'm a bit paranoid, but that voice was not imagined. I heard it. This was enough to make me turn off my music until I was done moving trailers in the yard. When I was finally finished, it was around 3:45 a.m., and I had to take the semi back to backlot 2 to drop it off for the driver that comes in later. I finished backing the semi into its spot, and when I turned the engine off and opened the door, I heard a long, drawn-out voice call Michael. It sounded a lot like my boss calling me on the walkie-talkie, but more like it was coming through an old record player or phonograph. Not having my music on, I knew right away that this wasn't my boss over the radio. The voice had come from directly in front of me. I looked up to see the coyote staring at me. It was a good 75 yards from me at this point. But how had it sounded so close? I thought. The scariest part was it looked like it was smiling, distorting its features so that the edges of its mouth curved to look more human-like. I stared back at the coyote and did the only thing that came to my mind. I yelled at it. Get on out of here." The coyote's reaction was not something I would have expected. It began to stand on its hind legs. As it did this, I could hear bones cracking, flesh being contorted and displaced. Its shape became slightly more human, with the exception of its legs and head, but paws dangled from its arms where its hands should be. As it was reaching an upright position, I had already closed the door on the semi-truck, shutting myself back in. The thing's mouth widened into a bigger grin, exposing just how many razor-sharp teeth this thing has. I started the truck thinking my only way out may be to run this thing over and head back to the dock where my coworkers were, as well as some more illumination. I guess this thing took the truck starting as a challenge, and it bolted towards me. Its movement was unnatural. It had this awkward gait, but still faster than I've ever seen any human run. I slammed the gas pedal down and the truck took off. If you've ever seen someone try to gun a semi from idle, then you know I wasn't going very fast at all. Just when I was about to hit this thing, it jumped to the side of the truck, ran to the edge of backlot 2 and jumped the fence with ease into a small patch of trees. I kept driving and pulled the truck to our dock for the refuge of the warehouse. As I stepped out of the truck, I could hear a distorted howl from the distance. I quickly looked around the lot from the dock, but I couldn't see anything. Hopefully that's the last I see of this thing. When I got into the office, my boss asked me why I had brought the semi up to the dock, and I told him that the coyote was back where I was supposed to leave it, and I didn't feel safe getting out and walking back. I couldn't tell him what I saw. He wouldn't believe me. I'd be surprised if anyone believes me. I'm afraid to go back to work tonight. I can't even seem to get to sleep now. Every time I close my eyes, I see that grin.
Most movies, TV specials, malls, and Christmas cards depict him as this large, grandfatherly, overly cheery man who employs hundreds of elves to make toys for the good children of the world, and delivers them via flying reindeer, drawn sleigh, in exchange for cookies and a glass of milk. That's not right at all. Before you rip me to shreds in the comments for being a Scrooge, or a Grinch, or whatever you call someone who makes fun of Santa, hear me out. I'm not denying Santa's existence. He's very real. But he doesn't look anything like you'd imagine. Let me start from the beginning. I loved Christmas growing up. My grandparents owned a dairy farm in northern Wisconsin, and we'd always drive up there for a week to celebrate Christmas. Those Christmases are some of my happiest childhood memories. My grandfather would take us, my little sister, cousins, and I, on a sleigh ride around the farm, take us sledding down the massive hill near the woods, and help us build snowmen. My grandmother would make enough food to feed an army, topped off with her homemade sugar cookies and hot chocolate. But the best part of the trip was the night before Christmas. We kids had a whole bedroom to ourselves, but every year, one of us would be dared by the others asleep in the living room to try and catch Santa. They always fell asleep though, but none of us were that disappointed. We did, after all, have a pile of toys to comfort us. The Christmas I was 9, however, was the last truly happy Christmas at my grandparents' farm. That year, I had been picked to try and stay up and meet Santa. Despite the failures of the previous years, I decided that I was going to see him. I don't even remember why I was so determined. It was years ago, but it seemed a good enough reason to 9-year-old me. So, when we were certain that the adults were asleep, I grabbed my blanket and pillow, ran on my toes down the stairs, and got myself set up on the couch. Santa hadn't come yet. The cookie plate was still full, and the tree still had no gifts. I wrapped my blanket around my shoulders, faced the fireplace, and waited. There was a blizzard that night. It would later be recorded as one of the worst snowstorms in the history of Wisconsin. I remember looking out the window and seeing nothing but white. Maybe the sound of the storm's wind is why no one heard what happened that night. I don't know. I sat there for at least 4 hours, pinching myself, telling myself stories, doing anything I could to stay awake. I think it was midnight. Yeah, it must have been. When I looked out the window, staring at the snow, and thought I saw a shape cutting through the air. I went to the window, wondering if it had been an owl. Grandpa hadn't always complained about owls harassing Grandma's terrier. Then I heard it. Several sharp thuds on the roof, following by a long, scratching noise, as if something were being dragged across the top of the house. Santa. Even though I'd been expecting it, my heart rate tripled in fear and excitement. I ran back to the couch and jumped behind it. I could barely keep from squealing. I was going to meet Santa. The Santa. I heard something heavy land in the fireplace. I put my head against the floor and peeked from under the couch. I saw a pair of sooty black boots walking along the carpet, followed by a bulging sack. Listening to the footprints, I could tell that he was heading for the cookie plate, sitting on the dining room table. I got off of the floor and looked at the table, bracing myself to meet him face to face. I saw him, and I screamed. He was wearing a red coat, hat, and boots, but they were practically rags, barely staying on. He wasn't fat at all. He was a skeleton, literally. There was no skin anywhere. But his eyes looked like they belonged to a living person, wide and full of life. Out of place on this living corpse. He turned sharply when he heard me scream, as if I'd startled him. He saw me, dropped his sack, ran over, and covered my mouth with his, thankfully gloved, hand. I stopped screaming, though I was still scared. He took his hand away, took my hand, and pulled me to my feet. "Merry Christmas, Jess. Have you been good this year?" The voice was what you'd expect from Santa, but it was still so frighteningly out of place. I couldn't speak. I just stared. "Let me see." He reached into his filthy, ripped pocket and pulled out an incredibly thick scroll. He unfurled it and read for a second before he pointed. "Yes, here you are. Jess Abels, 9. My grandparents' address. Nice list." He went over to where he dropped his sack and pulled out a pair of ice skates. Despite my fear, I felt a momentary rush of joy. I'd been asking for ice skates for months. I just stared as he handed them to me. "But," I tried to get the words out, "you don't look like Santa." "Not anymore. I'm still out every Christmas Eve due purely to magic. Santa still ages, but he can't die." He looked down at his cadaver. "Well, not in the traditional sense." "I'm sorry." He looked up again, his eyes filling with glee. "Don't be," he reassured. "You freed me." My family found me curled up on the couch the next morning, thinking at first that it was all a dream. I cheered up and ran with the other kids to open my presents. Along with the ice skates was a glowing blue snow globe and a note. That's when I knew that it hadn't been a dream, and why Santa had been so happy that I'd seen him. Santa can't die because Santa is not a person, but a persona. When an actor dies, their character does not die with them. They simply find someone else to play the role. The Santa I met that night had been a little boy in 1902 who, like me, stayed up to meet Santa Claus. And, like me, his breaking the rule cursed him to be the new heir. It's been a long time, but I know that the curse is still active, because the snow globe that I've kept all those years still glows. As soon as its glow fades, then it will be taken to the North Pole. No matter how tempted you are, no matter what you hear on Christmas Eve, don't leave your bed. Merry Christmas to all, and to all, a good night.